Avec mon couloir de Madine de Cannes au couloir Eva Masson.
On a fait des voitures. Moi aussi, je pense. C'est qui? C'est qui?
Qui ont eu des temps absolument incroyables, malheureusement. Bientôt, maintenant.
La famille est exportée vers la zone, bien évidemment, pour le Forbach. La famille, ça va passer. Bien de travailler comme il en soit. Local, voire peut-être national. Ça ortise. Ça
T'as gagné, hein?
on n'a pas, évidemment, pour les courses des petits, mais pour plus tard. Moi, je vais mettre depuis 6. Parce que je vais mettre 6 mètres par seconde.
Le drapeau est blanc pour petit. On va voir un but.
Serre la main.
Pour la médecine. Voilà, c'est les musées. À 6 000 premiers, et ça se laisse. Je vais à vous aussi.
La série 20. Avec le couloir numéro 3. La passe au 10.
Ah, bon, bah. Well, hello and welcome. Good afternoon. Continental Tour. What a busy. Just over now into a lot of national champions. Paris Olympic Games this summer will be selected on the circuit. It's a bump up Paris and the men. As you can see, this big hammer throw competition is going. At least you try and get one on the board, but you know when you come in so far, anything world ranking point for some of these athletes because it's so hard to get your ranking points up unless you do compete at the final. It is a very, very strong meeting indeed here in Forbach this weekend, and we do have the 11th. His best so far of this series sits on those two big to what heat and final they might have come the world champion. It really is best to cover that for you at home. Meters is up next on the track as well.
Pour l'US Forbach qui est enfin au couloir 6 Estelle.
C'est parti pour le dernier essai. Je m'expose.
Alors, bien évidemment, principal. Avec Sarah Jacob pour la scène gauche au couloir 2.
C'est lancé. C'est marqué en portugais. Et on va continuer. Et... On roule vers le lien qui est 53. Ou presque. Alors, une belle tradition. On se retrouve avec Olivier au départ du 5. Au départ, le 80 mètres, c'est une position. Félix Becker pour Forbach. Matteo Mascorinho.
Relevez-vous. Ah, vous marquez.
Oh non, bien joué les gars. Ave Maria.
Au départ, à la pour le Forbach. Léa Guéry, joueur 3, Nathalie Gomez.
Ouais, j'ai pas tout mon tour là. Toi aussi, t'es raté en fait, les gars.
Les enfants de la
applaudissements pour les enfants, mais également pour les... Alors, normalement, les égalisations. Le peloton est encore dans la place. Le peloton rejoint la ligne d'arrivée. Jean-Paul Zétoulou, bien sûr. Et le peloton se laisse grandir. On va sur les parents, puisque c'est perdu. Ils ont signé pour... à 14h10 que nous aurons l'ouverture officielle d'un meeting qui a déjà débuté en meeting avec des courses consacrées aux jeunes pousses, des courses de sprint, le relais des toutes chaudes et l'école d'athlétisme du Forbach. À l'heure actuelle, on a également le concours Jeune Espoir de lancer. Et puis, à l'échauffement, à l'heure actuelle, le concours de lancer marteau élite femme, le concours de saut à la perche homme et le triple saut homme. Tous ces athlètes sont à l'échauffement. Les jurys sont tout à fait à l'heure. Ils n'ont pas été retardés dans leur démarche. Tout à fait.
World Athletics. Le républicain Laura, Télévis, la française de l'optique et l'entreprise de Liban.
si vous nous rejoignez maintenant, bienvenue au stade du Schlossberg pour une fois n'est pas venue, la fête des mamans, mais en plus pour cette émission olympique, on l'appelait ainsi, l'édition 2024 de l'Union internationale de Forbach. Au programme, les épreuves habituelles, si vous étiez avec nous plus en avant, vous avez vu les pitchouns, les jeunes lanceurs de marteaux nationaux, et puis dans quelques instants, on verra. Sauf que l'on fait le mieux dans plusieurs disciplines, en particulier au lancer de marteau féminin dans un premier temps et marteau messieurs dans un deuxième temps. Vous êtes au courant des performances réalisées ces derniers temps, les salons ont éliminé aussi hier soir la victoire du jeune Yann Chaussillon. Victoire au dépend de grands champions qui seront présents aujourd'hui. Ce sera la belle revanche. Il va y avoir de la baston dans l'air. Je n'ai pas donné ces expressions, mais c'est bien de ça dont il s'agit. Une belle bagarre de championnes et de champions. Il y aura bien sûr côté féminin les courses de sprint, 100 mètres et 100 mètres plat, le tour de piste, le 800, le 400 mètres, le 200 mètres de niveau de sprint. Consacré pour les dames également pour les messieurs, le 100 mètres les messieurs, avec série et finale, le 800 mètres également, et puis je crois dans laquelle le triple saut des hommes, nous avons le triple saut des femmes, et le saut à la pêche des hommes. Ouverture de midi dans quelques instants. On est le concours à 14h15 débutera également le concours du lancer du marteau sur la pêche. Il débutera également la première course, c'est le 100 mètres messieurs.
I know.
Yes. C'est ça la présentation? Just say kind. Du travailleur du fond. C'est par ta tête. Allez,
bien évidemment, vous avez été écrans, des tableaux qui vous donnent des performances.
Et bien sûr, votre serviteur, ainsi que Olivier, nous avons le plaisir de vous commenter chacune des performances sur chacune des épreuves.
Je vais mettre ça à vos pieds de pompier. Si jamais il se met à pleuvoir. Ça marche.
One show for everyone. Yes.
Ça va?
J'ai apprécié regarder. Vous avez vu la marque 45, 70 à 40 mètres. Le séquence d'élimination.
Les garçons plus majoritairement
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the international meeting here in Forbach, France. A fantastic World Athletics Continental Tour we have in store for you today. Some great duels, some great matchups throughout the afternoon, and a few athletes even doubling up as well. That's the men's 100 meters about to get underway. They're just limbering up at the far side of the track, and yes, well, a few of these men we will see in the 200 this afternoon as well. There'll be an A and a B final to be run, and then we've got the women to follow, and then the hurdlers, the sprint hurdlers, and then we'll progress through the distances throughout the afternoon as well. Women's hammer currently taking place over in the circle. We've got some fantastic athletes competing in that. None other than Skydown of Azerbaijan, 4th at those World Championships in 2023. But you're looking at Forbach there, the pole, 3rd at the World University Games in 2019. 28 years of age now, and the hammer is certainly an event that you get better at with age. To a limit, of course. But yes, like I said, usually that peak age with the hammer comes at around about, your early 30s, to be honest with you. You look at the two poles that we're going to see later on, Nowicki and Forbach. Those two absolute champions, Polish powerhouses in the hammer throw. They are both in their mid-30s now, 34 and 35 years of age, respectively. And you certainly do see young hammer throwers come through, and it begs the question, what can they do if they manage to stay injury-free? And that is the big question, isn't it, for a lot of these events? Can you stay injury-free? So much of success is born through consistency, and all elites will kind of tell you that. That rings true. But next up in the circle then, as we follow this women's hammer competition. Got underway a little while ago, but this is Kayla Butler of Canada. She's to throw first. 69-meter thrower at her absolute best, 68 mid-season's best as well, so she's nearing that. And well, we've got her countryman to go in the hammer, the world champion as well, to go this afternoon in his competition. So this women's hammer competition at the moment, to get things underway, everyone's had a practice throw so far, and that is a Canadian, Butler, and we'll see what that comes in at. Didn't get to see the flight of that hammer, so we'll just have to wait and see what the mark was. And you can see a small, intimate stadium here in Forbach. It's very nice. The conditions, although they look overcast and perhaps a little bit chilly, certainly won't be too bad for some of these sprinters. It's still, at least, there's very, very little movement and a very, very little breeze down here. But, well, I'll take a look. And this is that men's 100-meter A final. That's about to go next up on the track. We'll introduce it now. And on the inside, Deletri there. Lloyd Deletri, 1086, his personal best and season's best. Always good when an athlete's getting a PB this early on in the season, to be honest with you. So look out for him. And Hassan Taftian then, the Iranian. Well, second in Montserrat last week. He's the national record holder. He's the Asian champion as well. A lifetime best of 10.03. That was set a few years ago now. Can he get near it here? You would like to get back into that sort of form, at least in the 10.1s. Montoya of Cuba then, World Under-20 bronze medalist, 3rd at those Cuban champs. Cuba, one of the few countries who host their national championships earlier, sort of before the standard European track season gets underway. Alongside him then, Espinosa, fantastic sprinter. 10.17, his lifetime best, his season's best as well. Ronaldo Espinosa, he too competed at those Cuban championships. So those two coming over to Europe now, where perhaps they will base themselves all summer. And Noah Bibidin from Mauritius, 4th in Montreal, and 3rd in Nancy yesterday. And interestingly, a few of these athletes making the travel straight over from Nancy. You'll see a lot of them doubling this weekend, and it's a very, very busy weekend of action, isn't it? And well, after Cissé then, he certainly wants to watch this man. Right on the outside, he goes 9.93. Bit of a late entry in here today was Cissé. But he's been given a lane. He's been given lane 6, and well, like I said, a small intimate track, just a 6-laner. So they are having to have two finals run in these sprint events. yeah, Cisse is someone who you do look at him on the outside, although he's only got a season best of 10.21. You do look at him to feature. He's got the experience on his side as well, the Ivorian. But, well, Montoya. Virginfo Montoya in 3. Espinosa goes next to him in 4. You can see the two Cubians. Expect to see them at the arrowhead of the field. But Noah Bibi next to them as well in 5, the Mauritian. But, yeah, fastest man on paper, Hassan Taftian in 2, the Iranian. However, his season a little bit slow to get underway. Oh, Cisse looks to have put a hand up here. Looks to have put a hand up. Yep, athletes will relax. Well, it's probably just a little bit noisy down there. He's going to go straight to the official and just say, can we... Maybe he's just warning a few of the crowd members to just be quiet. It's one of the perks. I always think it's one of the perks of these European meetings. They're in lovely, small, compact stadiums, but noise travels, and you're right on top of athletes. So, you know, when you're in those Diamond League sort of settings, you're much, much further back. You're not in the athletes' ear. And it is easy to get distracted, especially when you're in 6 like that, hugging the rail. You can see on the outside. So it does make a difference, and you just want to have a good, clean start. We've seen a few false starts already throughout this European tour this year, and it's such a shame. Athletes travelling all over. You think about, you know, sacrificing a day's training sometimes to sort of travel to these meets and races. And if you get there and you do all the taper and it goes wrong and you get disqualified, very frustrating. I think we'll watch Valette in the women's 100. She was someone who got DQ'd in Nancy yesterday. So, but again, able to double back at least here. Well, these male long jumpers, triple jumpers, sorry, being introduced. And one man we'll look out for is Paul Dare of India. First Indian athlete to make that world final in the triple jump in 2022. And, well, he'll be up against some French talent as well. France at the moment, such strength in numbers across the board, across every single event in track and field. It shows you what the Olympics can do. And if anything, you know, of course, it brings in a lot of eyes on your city that summer. But boy, oh boy, does it skyrocket the talent of athletes and inspire. It really does inspire the next generation. You look at the likes of Great Britain since London 2012 have really taken a few steps up as well. But France, with those European Championships around the corner in Rome, boy, will they look to dominate there. So Cisse, Bibi, Espinosa, Montoya, Taftian, Delate on the inside. So a very slight headwind these athletes will run into. Look at the two Cubans fresh off their national championships just a few weeks ago as well. But it looks like it's Montoya. Well, and I want to say that was Bibi in 5. Well, we'll get the official results in any minute now, I'm sure. But Bibi seems to enjoy that. Camera focusing on him is always a sign that he takes it on the line. And it was Montoya who just, well, edging clear up to that 60-meter point. And then once Bibi got going, so smooth, isn't he? The man from Mauritius and Nancy Athletic Club as well. Race yesterday did Bibi, got 3rd there in Nancy, so he's primed, he's ready, and so often these sprinters can double back, practicing maybe what he might have to do at those European Championships. There it is, yep, it was no doubt about that one. Noah Bibi, it looked in real time, it went by a lot quicker as well, didn't it? The angle just a little bit ahead of the athletes, harder to see on the line, but Espinosa you can see 10.58, so have a look at those results. 10.33 for Bibi. That's very respectable given the headwind. He's quite close to his season best at 10.28. And you can see Montoya in 2nd, Taftian in 3rd there, Espinosa 4th, and Cisse gets 5th, which and 6th was Delate. Luke Delate 11.14. So just a little bit out of the running there. We will have that men's B final up next, by the way. So we focus in then on this men's triple jump. This is the man from Montreal. Nearly underway, Benjamin Camporte. Montreal, he's got a lifetime best of 17:48, soaring out there. He's certainly one of the best one to watch in this final. So Camporte then looks to get going in what could be, is that just a little bit of light rain coming down. It's awfully overcast at the moment, isn't it? But so these triple jumpers will have a tailwind in contrast to the 100-meter runners, the sprinters, who will have that headwind to battle with. So they've got a nice little tailwind, so conditions on their side in that regard. And what can Benjamin Camporte do? Oh, okay, out around about 16. You look at that. Suggest, I mean, he was a European champion in 2014, 10 years ago, believe it or not, when he was at his absolute best. And 2012 Olympian in 2016 as well. So just 3 men to go in this one. And Valesa, Diarra and Sahi. It's a bit of a shame they can't all go in one race, isn't it? But yeah, with the track so small and just a little bit tight, they have to share. So then there's Diarra, the man from Senegal. He was 7th yesterday in Nancy as well, representing that athletic club. Lucas Valesa, 11:11, his lifetime best, 11:26 season's best. How close to that can he get? So Diarra in the center, Sahi to his left, our right, and Valesa on Diarra's outside, our left. Men's 100-meter B final then. Set to get underway. And that wind reading 2.5 meters per second headwind for these athletes, so don't expect fireworks. It's going to be a race to the line, but perhaps the clock won't be on their side. So when they go in, clean start from all 3 of these men. It looks like Sahi moving very well up alongside Diarra. Diarra's got the experience. He's the more accomplished runner, and he's proving that now. He takes it, no problem, no questions. 10.96. I did say that's a big headwind, unfortunately, these men are dealing with. And look, Diarra's someone who's been a little bit unlucky. He's dealt with headwind after headwind in a lot of his competitions recently this year. And a smile and just a little chuckle to himself, perhaps a little sarcastic smile, because he just hasn't got it. There you see him. That wind, he says, 2.5 meters per second. And look, you know, they fly down the track when it's the right side of them. But when it's a nasty headwind like that, it makes a difference, that's for sure. But just kept his form, and that's what you have to do, really. You just have to keep your form, stay relaxed, and win the race. Beat your opposition. And, well, Hedi Sahi is no slouch either. 10.73, his season's best. So he's done well with Diarra to get on terms with him. And Lucas Valesa there down in 3rd place, 11.53. Can be frustrating, to be honest with you, for these athletes. Like I said, Samuel Diarra has dealt with a lot of headwinds over the last few weeks, opening up his season. So hopefully conditions turn at some point for him and he gets a little bit of luck. But you can never quite prove your form. And hey, some might not mind it. Some will know they're in good form. But yeah, you do just sometimes want to get a little bit of a rhythm and feel good in races. So here she is then, Hannah Skydan of Azerbaijan, 4th at those World Championships last year in 2023, 4th at those European Championships the year before as well. Those ones in Munich. Can she go better? Can she get on that rostrum this year in Rome? Just a few weeks away now. She'll be looking at that. So here she goes, 70 meters and 51 first round. That looks to be just beyond that line again. So something very, very similar for Skydan. However, when you've got a lifetime best of 77.10, you will be wanting to get out beyond that 75 meter mark at least to really get this season rolling. To provide a bit of context to these throws for you, the Olympic standard qualification, 74 meters in 0 centimeters for these women, and well, just 32 athletes to go for the hammer competition. One of the events with the fewest numbers allowed, and in fact all the field events sit at that mark, to be honest with you. So in the women's 100 meter final next up on the track, and just like the men's, we'll have an A and a B final as well, and they'll share. And should anyone run a faster time in the B final, the positions will be sort of merged, results collated. So this women's A final, well, Orlando Larian, 7th in Tokyo in that 4x1. She's been a key member of that 4x1 French quartet. 4th as European indoor champion, 2nd in Montreal as well. Race last night in Nancy, so she goes on the inside in 1. Tamayo Garza of Mexico going alongside her, 11:21 her lifetime best. Like I said, very, very windy here. Don't expect athletes to get too close to their lifetime best or season's best. And Rimlinger then, well, she's had a very, very busy few days. She raced last night in Nancy as well. She was 8th there, 11:36 and 11:39 her season's best. Kristina Simananskaya then of Poland, 11:04 lifetime best. Another athlete, bit of a 200 meter runner. That will probably be her favorite event. She'll go in the 200 here today as well. So just getting a little bit of a run out of warm up. And Malarai Leconte then, well, 2nd of those French indoor championships. She's a 2 times national champion. Leconte, she's going to need to replicate that form if she's going to feature here. Because when you've got Simananskaya on your inside, it's going to be awfully difficult to keep pace with her, the key part of this 100 meter race. Look at that 60 meter mark, that 70 meter mark, when you start to see athletes get up into their running, and it's just who can decelerate the least at that point. Leconte, Simananskaya, Rimlinger, Tamayo Garza, and Olieri. So away they go, then looking 5. You're looking at Manuskaya. Kristina Manuskaya, the pole, just looking to edge clear, but on the inside, Orlando Lieri moving very, very well, and she's going to stop clear if she can hold on. Oh, picked on the line by Tamayo Garza. The Mexican gets it by the looks of that, and just, honestly, Olieri looked to ease back. She thought don't know if she thought she had it or what, or the headwind, just a gust. Maybe just affected her a little bit. 11:46. Look at that 100th of a second between them. But well, any coach out there will tell you got to run through the line. You can't be leaning back. You can't be easing off. But Olieri there, well, she was 2nd in Montreal a few weeks ago. She is 2nd here now in Forbach. And just let's have a rewatch of this, because up until that 60, 70 meter mark, she's easing clear of the field at this stage. Looks in total control, but credit to Tamayo Garza just coming through there on the line, and just seemed to have a little bit more top speed, didn't she, when she got in full flight. We'll wait for these women's results to come through. Haven't got anything official on my screens yet. But well done to Tamayo Garza. There you are then, 11:46. And 11:47, and the pole there, Kristina in 3rd place, 11:55, Rimling 11:61, and 11:78 for Leconte. So all of them a little bit down on where their season's best sits. However, that's very encouraging for the Mexican, because her season's best 11:41. She was the closest to that with that 11:46 into a pretty nasty headwind as well. That B final will be up next. We'll have 3 more runners to go in that. But for now, let's focus on Butler in the hammer circle. 65-13, so she improved on that. That first round throw, she'll hope to go further again. Oh, that's oh, what's happened there? It's almost slipped out of her hand, hasn't it? She'll foul out on that one, no point measuring. Sits in fourth, the Canadian. Just trying to keep pace with those three at the front at the moment. Forbach, Jakobsen as well. The Dane, just 24 years of age. She won that European Throws Cup in, well, that was back in March. And you got Malwina Coplon as well, another pole, 15th in the world right now. And look, for the hammer, like I said, in pretty much all field events, 32 athletes to qualify for the Paris Olympic Games, so it's getting harder and harder. Once upon a time, it would be in the 40s. I think it used to be 48, and so they've slashed that, and that is why standards have just got so hard. And obviously, you can rely on your world ranking as well. Some nations choosing not to take any notice of those world ranking points and suggesting that you need to hit the standard or nothing. Pros and cons to that. It's a very elitist mindset, but some nations like the, like I say, less athletes, but more quality. Well, Camille Fransot then, looking at her, hasn't broken 12 seconds yet in her career. Will she do it today? That'll be the question she'll want. That's probably going to be her goal this season. And Oceane Morta as well. She goes in the middle there, and Lambour in 2. So Emma Lambour also someone who hasn't broken 12. So you do look at Moit, Oceane Moit, and you do say, well, 1180 season's best, personal best. She's almost, you know, 2/300 to, well, yeah, 3/10 of a second faster than the girls to her left and her right. So heavy favourite in this one. They'll look to keep pace. Fransot, Moit and Lambour. Then you're looking at Oceana Moit in the centre, dead centre. Well, the other two keeping pace at the moment. We have got a nasty headwind to cope with, but look at this. Camille Fransot, this is a big upset as she takes that one. 11.97. I said she'll be looking at breaking 12 seconds. She's done it. No questions. Into a headwind as well. Well, you could say monkey off her back. It's always a little bit of a barrier for these sprinters, isn't it? But what a run that was. Lifetime best in those conditions is not to be sniffed at. And we have a new French talent on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. Moit is second, 12.21. It just seemed to tighten up, didn't she, when Fransot started to pull away. I think it came as a little bit of a shock to her. And unknown territory, you could say. Look at this replay then. Well, all even here, but you could just tell from the offset, Camille Fransot was just moving so well. Just had the quicker leg speed at this stage in the race as well as the tidier stride length, I think. So 11.97, fantastic running from her. Camille Fransot. And there you are, clarification of those results. Lambour in third place also gets season's best, so well done to her. Very close to her lifetime best of 12.41, just 500th of a second off of that. So that concludes the blue ribbon event, I suppose, in track and field. The 100-meter sprint will move on. The next track event will come at 3 o'clock. So we've got a little bit of a pause in the program now as we catch up with a few of these field events. Men's triple jump taking place, women's hammer, men's pole vault also about to take place, and then we've got those 100-meter hurdles races, like I said, at 3. And then we all move up through the distances, the 400s a little bit later on, and 200s before the meeting will end with the 800s and then 110 and 100-meter hurdles final. So that'll be a foul over in the women's hammer. Keep an eye on this men's triple jump. Update you with the story so far. Thomas Jovoy. See where that jump comes in at from him. Benjamin Camporte is leading the way, 16.23, but no one just, we're still in the first round, and men just Starting to feel out the runway, feel out the conditions as well. And that, no question, will go into the lead. That will go way over Campore's leading mark of 16:23. I can say that with confidence. Well, this is Eldho's Paul. I mentioned him. You can see him on the runway. The very first Indian athlete to make that World Championship final in the triple jump. And I talk about France and their development over recent years. But this man, I'll be honest with you, and India in general, their development in track and field has been meteoric. We're starting to see athletes in near enough every event coming to the fore, competing on the world stage as well. Whether it be in the distance events or you look at someone like Chopra in the javelin, he's an absolute superstar over there, and he's inspiring the rest of them to take up athletics and see what they can do. And you do think a population of 1 billion people or so, around, even more. And you think, well, if they got their act together and really gave track and field a push, what could they do? Well, it's a modest first jump for him. He's a lot better than that is Eldho's Paul. Like I said, World Championship finalist, Commonwealth Games gold medalist in 2022. That was a really good year for him. Budapest last year, he struggled. Knocked out in the heats out there in Budapest. But, yeah, hopefully his 2024 campaign can improve, because 15:35 first round jump, very, very modest to say the least for him. But I can confirm that you can see there Gogoi top of the table, and 16:87, big lifetime best for him. And well, also to put it into context, that Olympic standard 17:22 for the auto mark for these men. Well, Simon Gourdet to go next. Another French athlete, 16:06, his season's best, and looking around about the 16 mids is his absolute lifetime best. So he'll do well. At the moment, currently, he sits in third place after one round. But yeah, they've got a healthy win, these men, plus two meters per second. So you really want to capitalize on that. These are the conditions that that's a shame. That's a shame, just didn't have it, did he? But I was going to say, these are the conditions you want as a triple jumper, as a jumper. Like, they don't get better. It's just about legal. You've got everything on your side to go and jump a big personal best out there. But, well, not quite clicking for him at the moment. He stays in third. And a few of the men just struggling. And I think as much as a tailwind is a positive for these men, I think it also is a little bit of a hindrance. It does upset their run-up. They tend to approach the board faster than they would normally. And also, so perhaps you have to adjust a few steps, one or two less steps out there. And that was something they'll discuss with their coach. So, Adam Boubani of Algeria. Go next, 16.5 meter jumper. 15.5 meters just there or thereabouts in that round one. This looks better though. Oh, yes, okay. Well, that'll bump him up. That could well get him into third at least. He's in contention then. He's in a position that he can do some damage and he can apply a little bit of pressure. You just want kind of one strong mark on the board, don't you? Just to kind of take away that pressure and just ease you back in, because it is, well, when you're relaxed is when you perform. Everybody knows that. And that's what the best can do, can't they? High pressure situations and treat it like another day at the office. Treat it like another training session. Or something like that. So, Boubani, just still waiting for his mark to come in, being a little bit slow. 15.98 there. And just didn't quite catch that wind reading, but it did look, I fear it said 3 meters per second, but perhaps 2 meters per second where it has been. Meet record, coincidentally, 17:34. And Columba Fofana back in 2008. Campore is a man who can attack that. But well, there's the men's pole vault field, because that will be getting underway shortly as well. Robin Emig top of the pile, Owen Hurd there, but we'll be looking at the likes of Robin Emig, 22 years of age, 26th in the world, so he's in a spot to go to Paris to compete at his home games at the moment, and he comes in this in good form. But Seremes, ooh, good job from him as well. That will be out towards the 17-meter mark. The man from Bordeaux. A lot of athletes wearing their club colours of France, and this is another reason why I believe the nation is getting stronger and stronger on a world level. I think their club system just works. It's very detailed. They value good coaching. They offer really good coaching for a lot of athletes as well. And it's quite professionalised, their club system. And I think a lot of countries, they tend to struggle with that. You tend to have those key focus areas, don't you? But Giovanni, like I said, 15.98, so we're just waiting to see what Seremes has done. Oh, it's a foul on the board for him. So unfortunately, no mark. We'll keep you posted on that men's triple jump. But for now, let's turn our attention to the men's pole vault. It's going to get underway. Well, Robin Emig is the man, really, isn't he? 5.75, that lifetime in season's best. 5.51, not just a few days ago in Italy, he was second there. Owen Hurd, 5.51 for him as well. It's an awfully strong pole vault competition, this, and what I mean by that is just the depth, really. All these men right around the same mark. You look at their season's best, but lifetime best are even closer. Well, Desperated, 5.57. He comes into this in good form as well. Mate, 2. And Stanley Joseph, another man. Well, he's got 2 wins in the last couple of days. He's in good form. He just knows how to win at the moment. And sometimes that's the best thing. People can push you to the wire. That's where you get your big jump. Lifetime best days back to 2016. Matthew Calais then. Well, he won a few weeks ago as well in Sion in Switzerland. Out there, 5.50. Ejima. Misaki Ejima, 5.71 at his very, very best. Thierry will go next after him as well. And Baptiste Deharry is a very, very strong decathlete, French champion in 2022. To add to that, so he's doing a little bit of pole vault work here. Perhaps we'll see him in a few more events this afternoon as well. I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest with you. So back to this men's triple jump. Back and forth to the top. Hasn't really got firing yet. But this is the FRA Davidila from Finland's jump to 15.60 in that previous round as well. But this is Melvin Raffin. Fouled out in the first round. So what can he do here in the second? Can he adjust his run up with that breeze? That looked like a foul to me. I think he kind of just came off the gas a little bit in that middle phase, didn't he? Yep, it's been confirmed on my screen. That was a foul, because I think he knew as well, and you probably knew even at home as well. And you can see how hard it is for them right now. Plus 1.4. So they've got a following breeze of 1.4. I've seen that up to 3 meters per second as well. So it's just gusty, and they just can't control it. I think it's making it very difficult when it does come to fouls, or even you've got athletes who are just perhaps not giving it the same momentum, the same speed on the runway just to make sure they hit the board well. So as much as it is a positive, like I said before, it can really, really mess things up for these jumpers. And well, we've got the hurdles next on the track, and it's a similar thing for them as well. They tend to come at the hurdles a little bit quicker. There's strides in between. They tend to go over the hurdles, sail over the hurdles a little bit further as well, just because the wind carries them. Well, he's the man of the moment then, the 2014 European champion. I'm sure he's got a little bit tired of hearing that, or perhaps not. But Benjamin Campore, 16.23 in round 2. Leads everyone off in round 3. That looks just about okay on the board. It will be slightly further Maybe, maybe not. We'll see the official result, but he's consistently jumping low 16s there. And sits in second. I feel like if he just hits it, gets that real sweet spot, he could well head up the and challenge Gogoy for the top mark. Another 16-16 for Campore. That's come through officially. So 16-10, 16-23, and 16-16. And again, that was with a plus 2.4 meters per second. Not capitalizing on those generous conditions to really soar out there and get a big jump. Well, you can see how the sport's changed as the athletes straight away. They're looking at that video feedback, identifying exactly what they've done wrong. Not only is their coach analysing it, they then get a chance to analyse it as well. Look, some people might disagree with that, and perhaps it might make the competition a little more exciting if that wasn't allowed. And look, we know there are changes coming to the jumps. World Athletics identifying how can we make it a little bit more interactive, and always the thing for me has just been, well, let's really showcase it. You know, I think it works when they put it in cities as well, in the center of town centers, shopping centers. It's an absolute spectacle. And Gogoy just setting the crowd down. 1687 in round 2. Probably just setting himself down because it was a massive lifetime best for him. But I think he is just keying off the breeze now. He's just waiting for that breeze to ease as much as possible. And this is what I'm saying, how difficult it is for these men at the moment with these wind conditions. It's up, it's all over the place. So this is good head-on angle. Oh, just didn't quite see what it was on the board. That's massive. Whoa, okay, I think it's going to be a red flag though. A slight shake of the head. Looks like it a little bit. We didn't get a great angle on the board, but he'll be encouraged by that because if it was a foul, it was only by a little bit. Here we go, let's have a look here. Oh, it looked close, didn't it? It looked close. And I think it was indeed just an ever so slight foul. Yeah, he's over it. He's on that plasticine and things get measured the old-fashioned way here. No electronic measurements. So I actually think it's almost a little bit quicker. Results coming a little bit quicker. I think those World Indoor Championships, the measurements were taken anywhere between 15 and 55 seconds to get to the athletes, to get to the crowd, to go out live as well. And that is one of the drawbacks. It's quite a long time to wait to see how good someone's performances was. We almost want it instant, don't we? We live in a very impatient world right now. Well, and someone who just needs to be patient is Butler of Canada. But next in the circle, we got Rozanska. Okay, good release, big. Oh, just over 60, around about that 62 meter mark. So another consistent throw for her. Hannah Skyland comfortably leading the way. It has changed a little bit. It's finally clicking for her. 71 meters in 98 centimeters, her best throw. Rozanska there. She's got 65.23. She's been awarded. And as we near the end of this women's hammer throw competition, and well, Anita Vlodok holds that meet record from 2016, and she's also the world record holder. Remember, in 2016, 82.98. So what a pleasure it was to have the world record holder here 8 years ago. However, world lead Brooke Anderson, 79.92. That's a shame. Butler just struggling now. And mentioned before, just needing a little bit of patience. I'm sure she'll know exactly what she was doing wrong, but yeah, it's 3 in a row, 3 fouls in a row now. Some are intentional, some she just didn't like the mark, but she has had a little bit of trouble. The hammer slipping out her hands. That one goes into the cage. So just when it comes to that release, Butler just having a bit of problems. To be honest with you. Well, here's Teke then. 66.83 in round 4. awfully deep field at the moment. Just well, meter between 8th and 3rd. It's just 2 meters, which okay, not too bad. Close to the 50-meter mark, but she would have wanted way better, wouldn't she? Yep. Going to Teke. Good release, but decent height as well. Just seemed to come down on itself, though, didn't it? Never really got the momentum behind it. Forbach in. Katarina Forbach. Can she challenge for the win here? Oh, okay. That may well be an improvement on that 67.44. However, it doesn't look like it's anywhere near 69.95, which is what Loga has thrown.
Affectif, on va dire, pour ne pas dire chauvin, sur le lancer de Rose Loga.
So here goes the other pole. Kaprom. Forbach 67.44, and that's confirmed. What can Kaprom do now? She is the one ranked 15th in the world, Kaprom. She was 3rd at those Olympic Games in Tokyo. Fantastic talent, but again, oh, just took a nick on the way out. Did it even get out the cage? Ooh, okay. Dangerous. Just clipped it. Clipped it. Looks very deflated, doesn't she? And I think, you know, it was only 3 years ago. She was one of the best in the world. 3rd at those World Championships in 2017. But she got no mark in Chorzour last weekend. And seems to be heading for something similar this weekend, which she'll be very disappointed with.
Alors, ces choses sont les premiers relais secondaires, les obstacles qui mesurent 0,84 m, espacés de 8,50 m. C'est le menu pour les femmes qui disputent le 100 m. Le drapeau blanc pour le Finlandais. Davidina, le champion national de Finlande 2023, et la danoise Jacobsen ont lancé 2 marteaux.
Well, here's Continental Jacobsen in the Dane. 67.40, her best throw so far. Struggling. Oh, they're beyond that. That's a nice throw from her, though. That will go beyond 70. Well, welcome to the party, then. Jacobsen, just 24 years of age. You'd expect that from her, winning that European Throws Cup. And under 23 European silver medalist. So we'll just wait for that to come in. But I think a foul, is it? Oh, well, they went to measure it. But I think she's just fouled out. Maybe just came out the circle there, wearing those Sparta Athletic colours. One of the largest clubs in Europe, if not the largest club in Europe. Sparta Athletic. Very strong club. So Pink Loga will be up next as we head into the well, they're on their 5th round, and then we'll head into that final round as well. Once we get Loga and Sky down to throw, that's big. Hey, oh wow, that's gonna definitely take the lead. It's gonna be awfully close. Massive from Loga. Well, she is a 72-meter throw at her best. She's going to be awfully close to that lifetime best with that. As long as there was no foul there, but she just caught it well, didn't she? Throwing very well in this competition today. So,
perche.
Still waiting for that official result to come in for Loga. 71.55. Well, takes the moves up a few ranks, doesn't it? She takes second spot. Unfortunately, just shy of the top, and that is Skydown. Who leads the Azerbaijan athlete. She won in Chorzo last week, and so often, you know, when I'm going through it, I'm looking at athletes, you look at their credentials, and like you say, we can have a bronze medalist at the Olympic Games in Kapron here of Poland, but you still favour this athlete. You still favour Skydown because season's best just seems so much. Wow! Oh, yes! Well, what Logan can do, Skydown can do better. She soars that one over 70 meters once again, and that might improve on that 71.98, although it looks about something similar. 70.98, so a meter shy of her leading mark at the moment, but good, consistently over that 70 meter mark, and that's what you're looking for, really. So next track event will be that women's 100 meter hurdles. Let's familiarize ourselves with these athletes, and we will have heats, so not an A to B final. These are actually heats in this one for the athletes to qualify, try and get into that final. There's Lobi with a card up. She goes in 12.89 and 12.99. Very strong athlete. The German late entry into this one as well. Well, Cicades, the pole, goes in 4.12.82. Another one who's sub 13, and I wouldn't say 13 is the same barrier as is on the men's 110 hurdles, but it is good running. If you're a sub 13 hurdler, you definitely are on a world level. And Vendum on the outside. 13.08 her lifetime best. So look out for Laura Villette. She goes in 5. We just skimmed past third at the European Junior Championships quite some time ago now, 2015. But DQ'd yesterday in Nancy. Very unfortunate as Villette can compete for Nancy. So Mayhofer, Lobbe, Cicades, Villette, and Vendum. And in fact, Mayhofer can't quite see her on here in one, so we've just got 5 athletes to go in this. So let's see who's first to rise and up over that first barrier. Well, Laura Villette looks very good in 2 as well. Ricardo Lobet of Germany. Those two kind of running very smoothly, neck and neck. But oh, Villette is pulling away now, isn't she? 13.20 into a headwind in a heat. Not bad at all from her. Like I said, it was a while ago, 9 years to be precise, since that medal at those European Junior Championships. She'll be seeking a senior medal at some point, perhaps as soon as Rome, hey, in just a few weeks' time. But more importantly as well, a lot of these athletes are just trying to prove themselves to the selectors. Obviously, their national championship probably going to come after the Rome European Championships, because it's a lot closer to those Olympic Games as well at the start of August. But athletes, so they need to just prove form. That's all selectors can pick it on at this stage in the season. And runs like that from Villette, obviously she's got the final to go later, but that would just be encouraging. And again, when you look at head-to-heads against someone like Van Doom as well, that will be in her favour. So just moving well, and I always feel in these shorter events, just win the race, you know, be dominant. And that's what she's done there, no matter if it was a heat or what. She ran that like a final, and ran very well indeed. And there you are then. So small queue for the pair of them so far. And this would be interesting. I'm not 100% how they are going to qualify it, but small queue would suggest it's a time-based qualifier, and athletes will just qualify on time. So let's see. That would be awfully, in my opinion, would be pretty unfair. But that wind nearly dead still now as well. Oh goodness, in the women's hammer. Look at that. What are we witnessing now? That's took us by complete surprise. Was it Forbach or was it Capron, the Olympic medalist from Tokyo? That's sorted out. I mean, Forbach's got a foul, and well, Capron, 6th and final throw in for her. What can she do? Can she get amongst it? She knows she's just as good as these women, if not better. When you go back through current form, she's the cream of the crop, really. She is the best of the best. Although her personal best isn't quite as far as Skydan. She's done it on the big occasion. She's done it at the Olympic Games. Has she caught that one nicely? This looks big. Oh! Is that out the circle as well? Is that a foul over the far side? It might be. And just, it looked bigger than 60, didn't it? So Kaprov not clicking for her. All right then, women's 100-meter hurdles. Heat 2 up next. And oh, that's a shame. Maya's not to start, which just leaves 3 women. Which, well, I'm sure they won't mind. They'll appreciate the run out. And that's it. A lot of these women just coming here to get a good few races under their belt, get their legs firing. And it's a nice meeting to do that, I would say, because over the next few weeks there's going to be some serious racing to be done going into a lot of people's Olympic trials. But there you are, Petty on the inside. You see Paris 14-14, so she's going to be pushed to keep pace with some of these women. But with Maya not starting here today, maybe a chance that she can actually qualify for his final on time. So Alessandrini there. 4th those World Under-20 Championships in 2018. 3rd in Montserrat a few weeks ago. 13.05 lifetime in season's best. So that's always encouraging. But on the outside of her then, well, how about this lady? Charisma Taylor. Well, she's a hurdler. She's a long jumper. She's a triple jumper. She can do it all. Studied at Tennessee University. 6th at the World Indoor Championships in not just the 100-meter hurdles, but also the triple jump, which is quite special. Athletes like her are rare. I mean, we look at Grant Holloway and what he can do over the hurdles, and he too had a bit of a long jump background, especially when he was in college. He would try and get as many points for those Gators as possible over in Florida. But he specialized a little bit. But Taylor, the Bahamian, is someone who is happy to still compete in many events. And in fact, we're going to see her here today in the triple jump as well, I believe. So she'll be hurdling, triple jumping, and then she'll double back for that final. Perhaps I'm being a bit presumptuous, but with a lifetime best of 12.76, I bank her to qualify with ease. So away they go then. The class is on the outside, Charisma Taylor. And as you can see, just looking very, very smooth. Alessandrini doing well to keep pace over flights 6 and 7. But it's all about Charisma Taylor. Then takes it, Bahamian. Oh, 13.07. Now, let's see what the wind was. It looked dead still at the moment. So what was once blustery seems to have calmed down. But for a heat, that's smooth. And she's got a big afternoon, believe me. Like I said, over to the triple jump now. Back onto the track a little bit later. And that women's hammer throw, we're looking at, well, Jakobsen through 67.25. And then to enter the circle and see what that mark is as well. We are about to conclude that women's hammer. It looks like Hannah Skydan has won the competition. If Pink can't improve. But there's a nice replay, and that is, well, that's professional hurdling at its very best, isn't it? Just from Charisma Taylor. Smooth. Fast down as well. On the inside, Petty just struggling to keep pace. So there you are, in small Q for the pair of them, and actually I've got a minus 1.9 meters per second, so a pretty nasty headwind that they had to deal with out on the track. So Hannah Skydan is a bit of a victory throw for her, and a bit of a procession. She's had this competition won since that second round. She of course didn't know it yet, but she did with that 71.98. Good throw in the 5th to 70.98, and that perhaps a little bit underwhelming. She fouls out of that one. Don't even bother to measure it, but a good competition for her. And look, just getting consistent again. 4th of those world champs last year. And you can turn up on the day and throw your lifetime best or there or thereabouts. You're going to be in with a great shot at a medal, or perhaps like a top 5 finish as well. So Skydan doing that much, much better indeed. As you can see, just to clarify who finished where, Skydan at the top of the pile, Loga in 2nd, Firmanek in 3rd, and Wazanska and Butler Struggling in 7th and 8th there. Winning Summer Throw. It's perhaps a little bit underwhelming competition for Jakobsen too, given how well she's been performing this year. 72 meters, over 70 meters quite regularly, and also, you know, winning that European Throws Cup.
Forbach, Vice-Main Production, le conseil départemental de la Moselle, auto-école de CF Mario Forbach. La communauté d'agglomération de Forbach, Porte de France, l'hôtel-restaurant Mercure à Forbach, Adidas, Matsport Grenoble, les transports aériens Socha, Veolia au Forbach, Intersport Forbach, Eurovia Forbach, ATTV, DLSI Forbach, Céleri Mosellan, ATP CG Pharma, World Athletics, Crédit Mutuel, le Républicain Nord, Télévis, la Française de l'Optique et l'entreprise du Rigon.
Alors, si les dames quittent le plateau dans cette course, sachez qu'elle sera prise d'assaut dans quelques instants par les messieurs, et ce sera là sans doute la revanche d'un concours de terrain au niveau qu'on a vu hier à Nancy, et puis la revanche des grands championnats, puisque nous avons les champions olympiques, les champions du monde, pour venir pendant leur long cours de l'année, autant dire le gratin du lancer de marteau, avec pas moins de 2 champions olympiques dans cette compétition. Christian Dupré, au sol à perche.
Well, welcome back. If you're just joining us for the international meeting here in Forbach, it's a World Athletics Continental Tour. It's a busy weekend in the track and field calendar. And it's a busy day here this afternoon as well. We've got the men's 110 meter hurdles up next. That men's long jump competition taking place as well. Campore on the runway, looking very, very smooth. He leads the way. Well, actually, it's Gogoi, isn't it, to surprised us and himself with a massive PB to be leading this competition. It's blustery down here. It's not particularly pleasant conditions for these triple jumpers. They have been finding it difficult. That wind just swirling. 1 minute they could have a following wind of 2 meters per second. The next it's at nothing or even a headwind. So it's just a little bit all over the place for them, struggling to find their rhythm. And you can see Eljon Paul there, the Indian athlete, 16 low for him. But yeah, we're just keeping an eye on these men. The European champion from 2014 is Campore, an Olympian in 2012 and 2016. Can he be Olympian in 2024? 12 years after making his Olympic debut in London. Just a short trip across the channel. And he'll remember that vividly. He'll remember the strength of the home crowd there, although obviously he wasn't a home athlete. The noise in the stadium was phenomenal, and quite the contrast to Rio and obviously Tokyo with it being COVID. So he will look forward to a packed stadium if he can get there. That's the challenge for this man. First up though, can he win this competition? It's a little better, but nothing to shout about, is it? Claps the crowd. He'll take it. You know what he's watching. To put into context, these men, they need 17.22 to get that auto qualifier for the Olympic Games. All of those world standards coming down. I mean, when they got released, was it late on in 2022 for that window to open early 2023? Athletes had 12 months or so to nail that standard, but even then, a lot of them could not believe it. World Athletics, they want to encourage that ranking system as well. Look at that, plus 4 meters in, wow, plus 4.5 meters per second. That is ridiculous wind. It is very, very, very gusty down here, which is a shame. It's making for good viewing, but so difficult for these men to just figure out how to tweak their run-up. Gogoidian leads the way, 16.87. It was a fantastic jump for him in that second round. Surprised himself. He's got a personal best out of it. Will he get the win out of it as well, or will he have to improve? The nice thing for him now He just needs to look at it and go, can I just keep jumping further? How many PBs can I set in one afternoon? Go, all right, that's big. Well, it's not quite as big as his 1687, but maybe a tad over 16. Was it foul even? Good on the board, just lost it there in that middle phase, didn't he? Hangs. Comes across himself a little bit, just on that last jump, that last takeoff, just collapsed a little bit, lost a little bit of momentum, and forced through the ground to really propel himself. But not a bad jump nonetheless. Well, Robin Emig didn't. He's the man to watch in this pole. Oh, swords clear. Thank you very much. No problem at all from him. 5:30. And he enters the competition, says, hello, I'm here. And goes straight to the top of the pile. And looking at that, first man to attempt 5:30 as well. Well, Emick, lots of experience. He has just 22 years of age, but ranked 26th in the world right now. Yeah, I've got to be excited about athletes who, when they're just 22 and they've already gained a lot of experience competing on an international level, and you think in such a technical event you do mature into it. Although Mondo Duplantis has almost just ripped up the script there, hasn't he? Well, Owen Hurd will have almost a carbon copy of his attempts at 5:15. Can he go clear at 5:30 next time? There's not to be this time around for him. We are waiting patiently for that men's 110-meter hurdles. As I said, that will be next on the track. It was due to go off. Well, heat one due to go off in about 5 minutes ago, really. My only thinking is they may well have made it a straight final, depending on what the entries were, how they looked. Well, Orban goes clear as well. 5:30, no problems for him. Very good jumping, and just like in a few of these competitions this afternoon, the level, it's all very, very close. It's very, very strong. It's deep. The fields are deep, and not necessarily in the kind of high performance, but they're all very, very close together. Like, to guess the winner out there is awfully difficult. When you're looking at these men, it's going to come down to just who's having the best day today here in Forbach. Like I said, strong wins for triple jumpers, hurdlers, and anyone basically on the track. Strong wins for these pole vaulters. They're no different. But at least it's behind them. It's not necessarily a crosswind here in Forbach. I know that makes it very, very difficult for these pole vaulters. But Dupre then. Just struggling. Tristan Dupre, 5:57 lifetime and season's best. Like I said, it's always worth looking at athletes' season's best, because those who are in form, you know they're full of confidence, you know their training's going well, and you can expect them to be perhaps a little bit more consistent, not relying on kind of the ultimate performance to really get something together and go high. So Dupre, I'll have to wait. Raffin in the men's triple. Sits sixth at the moment. That's a foul. Yep, and he knows it. Knew it immediately. And he thought, you know what? I'll save the impact. I won't go jumping even though I know it's a foul. Getting the crowd excited. I'll just run straight through that pit. So, well, there you are then. This is heat one. Like I said, we're just, looks like we're just about ready. Running slightly behind to schedule heat one of the 110 meters hurdles. And you've got LeBrun, Ronan Graffin here as well, Erwan Sinner, Cameron the Goat, and Damien Siskia. Damien Shiskia. Both those European Championships in 2018. Chiskia, the pole semi-finalist in Tokyo and Budapest. But Riobani then, 5th round for him, right on the cusp of 16 meters. That will just be annoying and frustrating him a little bit for sure. Needs to attack it. It looks good on the board. Better. Much, much better. What will that be? It's been awfully consistent. All 4 of his jumps so far with what, about 15 centimeters between them. Well, there's the Indian athlete, Eldhurst Paul. Commonwealth Games champion. He made it to Budapest last year. He didn't make it out the qualifying round, didn't make it out the pools. But 16.99 his lifetime best and 16.59 his season. That was a nice experience for him. Like I said, relatively new man on the scene, and we're just kind of anticipating a big step up in performances. Anytime someone sort of bursts onto the scene, you go, well, that's brilliant, but how good can they be? You tend to look at them, don't you, and analyze and go, wow, well, if they did this, this, and this. But that's his coach's job, and that'll be his team as well that he's got behind him to really measure up this man's progression. 2022 was a fantastic year for him. What can 2024 be? Takes off a long way from the board. 16-ish meters. He's been flirting with the 16-meter mark all afternoon long, and that, to be fair, looks no different. Well, Kaladin, 5:30, no problem. Thank you very much. To the theme tune of the Pirates of the Caribbean as well. It's very, I guess, pirate-esque, this discipline. Awfully athletic. Bit of a risk taker, and just got to be a little bit crazy as well. Plummeting down from, well, 5.5 meters up in the air. Must be a little bit daunting. I don't care who you are. So then Antoine Lebrun of Canada, 14.17, lifetime and season's best. Looks relaxed, doesn't he? Ronan Greff next to him. Man from Marseille, 13.59, lifetime best, 13.74, season's best. Well, and you could argue the man of the moment. A lot of French hopes on him as well. Fantastic junior athlete, 20 years of age, still, believe it or not, 3rd at those European Under-23 Championships last year, 6th in Nancy last night. Cameron Nago. His brother will also, Matteo. Hopefully we'll see him in that next heat, providing he's here and he's travelled and he's healthy. And Shiska. And Damien Shiska, 13.25. All eyes on him. He's got an outside lane. He might not mind that. Right on top of the crowd, though. Can be difficult to focus, to really lock in. And also, you've got the disadvantage of not being able to feel anyone kind of to your right. I know herders often find comfort in that. So as they settle into their blocks, Lebrun, Greff, Sinner, Nago, and Chaiskia. The pole on the outside, a semi-finalist in both the Olympic Games in 2021 and Budapest last year. So where they go then? Who's going to be first to rise over that first barrier? Sinner moving well, dead center, isn't he? Nago next to him, but we're starting to look at the cream of the crop now. We're starting to look at Sitskia, Damian Sitskia Poland. That's a nice smooth heat for him, 13.74. Potentially into a bit of a headwind as well. I've got officially that time at 13.72. We'll wait for the other ones to come in. And, well, wind reading of 0-0, and I told you, just difficult for him. Look, he'll be excited now. He'll be in the final. He'll get a good lane draw. Sinner behind him. Greff, Nago. That's the order coming in. Bottom left a picture for you at home as well. And just, look here, just didn't panic in the start. It was all very, very even. But to be honest, he was never trouble. He just started to ease away from the rest of the field. And if anything, those around him were just tying up, trying a little bit too hard. But he's a man who's accomplished at this event. He knows exactly what he's doing. And he's done that today, no problem. So like I said then, little cues, I think it will be a time-based instant, and 2 meters per second that headwind, so constantly just that wind, just being athletes being blown around all over the place down there, and not very pleasant for them. I hope it can just drop off a little bit throughout the afternoon. That men's heat 2 will go in a sec. The final, by the way, do stick around because that will be a little bit later on. That will come at 4:50 local time. Of course, wherever you are watching in the world, you'll want to adjust that time. But to keep it simple for you, around about 90 minutes time, that race will, or just under 25 minutes time, that race will take place. And the beauty of athletics, we always say, don't we, it's global attraction. Athletes from all corners of the globe, all four corners of the globe come. And that's disappointing from Stanley Joseph. He's much, much better than that. But again, talk about the difficulty in the wind. He's got a big old tailwind on it. And I tell you, they equal personal best for him. Sort of sitting middle of the pack at the moment. But Joseph, what can he do? Yeah, this man's profile, his very best came in 2016. That was 8 years ago. And but he has had a couple wins the last few days. And when I say few days, I mean back-to-back days as well. So he is in good form. He's competing well. And look, if an athlete wins a competition, doesn't matter who they beat, you know, well, do you know what? You were the best on that day. Ajima then. Masaki Ajima, 571 at his very best. 550, his season's best. Got to go clear at 530. Wow! Sails over it, no problem at all. Look at the distance that he's actually got over the height of the bar. That was the biggest thing for me. And managed to generate a lot of power to fling himself over it and actually go well beyond the pole itself. Look at that bit, up and over, no problem at all. And he is exciting. Now, if he can replicate that at 550 or 551, he's going to be well inside that season's best. We'll see what the next height is at. And I just fear athletes, they start to get a little bit tired, don't they? So there's heat 2. Great to see William Velocian in here as well. He ran out in Nodzi last night, so doubling back. So many athletes this weekend treating it as almost like practice for a heat in the final, practice for their national championships, and for someone like Velocian, practice hopefully for the Paris Olympic Games when he has to get through the heats and the semis. That'll be a step up for him. That will be a big old challenge for him to make the final. Would be special, but he's in form, and a lot of French people, French fans are turning to him and wanting him to really impress. 13:07 lifetime best, 14:04, but like I said, that was recent, and it's one of his season openers, so. Well, La Reduce then. What can we say about him? Second of those African Game Championships in 2022. Heat to the World Indoor Championships over the 60 meters, not his preferred distance, but Szymanski as well. He goes here. So Heat 2 about to get underway. Qualifying, we hope, fairly smooth, fairly straightforward. I know we've seen a few little cues, but I guess my statistician hat would predict that it's first 2 and 2 fastest to qualify for that final. We'll know the minute this race is over. But at this stage, we've only seen little cues on the results, which would indicate it is time-based. But with these conditions so blustery, that would probably be unfair. So to go, Velocian, La Reduce, and Szymanski. Well, all eyes on the man in orange to our right as well. He's over that first solo. It's even running at the moment. Oh, and just getting a little bit tangled. Laraduse and Szymanski in 4 and 5 on the outside. Belosian struggling. Hasn't traveled over here well. Szymanski takes it. It's 13.65. And what on earth happened to Willem Belosian there? That was a shock. That was a big, big shock to me. And, well, he did compete yesterday, didn't he? And perhaps he's just not at the race. He's traveled... Hasn't traveled well at all. Nago gets second for him. And, well, Szymanski would have been delighted to get away from Lara Reduce there because, well, they were just getting tangled early in that stage. They really were. And I think that 14.04 season's best of Belosian might stay that way. 14.06 he runs. And that won't even get him into the final. Awful pity for him. And there you go then, Szymanski, Jakub, 13.61. And Matteo Nago on the inside looking very good, so he'll hopefully join. We'll do a wrap up of who will be in that final. Matteo Nago won't join his brother Cameron Nago. Unfortunately, he didn't qualify. 14.14 in his heat, so we've got 6 in the final. Then Gref Ronan, Erwan Sinner, and Siskia from that previous race. What a shame that is from Raffin. Thanks to the official, but he's straight through the pit again, and something's not right with him. And I think, personally, I think he wants to get out these weather conditions. You can see the flags going and how windy it is here. But he's just a little bit frustrated. He might be carrying an injury as well. And look, Olympic year, you do just tend to take a few more risks. And it can be quite difficult for athletes to look after their body this sort of year. I mean, if it's 2023, you're like, well, no risks. I'll pass. I'll have a few weeks off. And look, if I don't qualify for the World Championships, that. But you got to put all your eggs in one basket to go to the Olympic Games, especially when it's a home games in Paris. Eldo's Paul, I've consistently mentioned him. Mentioned the fact that he's been making history for India in the triple jump. First man in the World Championship final for them. He won the Commonwealth Gold as well. And he was in Budapest last year. Jumped well, but just couldn't. I think it would definitely be a little bit overwhelming to be in such company and competing as well. Plus, it was awfully hot. But Biabani. Oh, okay. Well, that may improve on his 16-meter throw from Biabani on the runway. All right, 6th round for him. 15.98 he sits at the moment. Will that improve? Struggle. He's in 5th place at the moment. That needs to be beyond 16.23 if he's to go overtake Campore in 4th, former European champion. I don't think it's that. I don't think he's good enough to do that. So I think he'll stay just there where he is, Benjamin Campore, but still waiting on that result. Just loses in the air a little bit, doesn't he? He's just flapping. Hasn't quite got the balance, the gravity in the air to kind of glide through it. But some coaches like that. There's a little bit more raw, I guess, but I'm sure chatting to his coach there, they'll want to harness it. They'll want to improve it going forward. And there you go, plus 1.6. These are the wind readings for you to enjoy. And I've been mentioning all afternoon how bluster it is, and you can see it for your own eyes now. So the bar's at 5.45. Good hype for a lot of these men. They're around about 5.50. I think we're really going to see a few men fail. That will be the kind of, not the deciding height. It will definitely go beyond that, but it will whittle the field down. And the quality will change, and it will be the few left who are going toe-to-toe, head-to-head against each other. So equal personal best for Mate there in 5:30. Well, Raffin still waiting for Bulbani's attempt to come through. I haven't seen anything yet as well to keep you posted on the men's triple jump. Well, over to Campore though. He's having a disappointing competition so far. Sits in fourth, like you said. Good, consistent and promising first few jumps there, but hasn't been able to improve on him. Fouling out as well. Last one to make a difference. Big foul. Straight across the board, and I think he knows it straight away. Plus the fact it just wasn't even that far of a jump. So Campore, the former European champion, just struggling a little bit, perhaps showing his experience. And we never know how athletes have when to do. We never know how their training is actually going. But he is the true professional. Thanks everyone involved down there as well to make these meetings go, and that is what's special about our sport. It takes a team, doesn't it, to put these on. It's not just the athletes that we get to enjoy, but it's everyone down there helping out as well. You can see just asking how close was he on that board. We'll get a slower look. For me, looks like at least an inch over that board from Campore. But a French hero, and yeah, well, Teddy Tango as well, one of the French legends in this event. They really have produced some good triple jumpers over the time. They've got great coaches and set up. Good steady jump in there as well from, I believe that might be Seremes. Jonathan Seremes, who already jumped to season's best of 16:47. And that's very, very strong from him. Man from Bordeaux, just finishing up his final round, so really are coming to the concluding end of this men's triple jump, and Mara's old system just being a little bit slow, so trying to update you with them. So I do apologise for that. You're getting a good indication there. I'm sure some of you have got the eye to see right around that 16-metre mark, so not really any improvements on that 16:47. But he was able to jump plus 2.5 meters per second wind as well. So there it was then. You can see at the top, Thomas Gogoy, massive personal best. Great jumping for him, 16:87. So them is 16:47 season best. And Paul, Eldho's Paul sits in third. And, sits in third. Finds himself in third after that competition has come to an end, and Campore there in fourth. So just missing out on the top three. Now we'll turn our attention to the 400 meters. One lap of the track. We've got some A and B finals to enjoy here, both on the men's and the women's side, before we turn to the 200s A and B finals, and then the 800 before the evening concludes with those hurdle finals. So women's 400 to go first, and these athletes, we got Langlois on the outside, Petty, who we saw Lisa Petty in the hurdles, and Kante as well. So this actually looks like it might be the A final, and that's Laura Muller on the outside, and inside of her as well, Sada. What a fantastic time she's having at the moment. She's had some great results previously as well. None other than a win at Monstrodon last weekend. And look, a key member of that French 4x4 squad, fifth in Eugene, wasn't she? And here's Roxana Gomez, Cuban champion from a few weeks ago, semi-finalist in Budapest, 51.21 that season best, but look at that for a lifetime best, 49.71, and that is world-class 400-meter running, ladies and gentlemen. If you are inside 50 seconds, well, Schlinkler then, 52.81. Not bad. Second in Montreal a few weeks back as well. Sixth of those French indoor championships back in the winter. Whoa, Grosjean, 54, 51 her season's best. She's going to have to improve on that if she wants to hang with these women. And interestingly, the wind is in the 400 meter runners' favours. They like to have a little bit of tailwind on the back straight so they can relax and then headwind on the home straight. Well, by that point, they're already fading and they don't mind too much, but you don't really get it back if you have a headwind on the back straight and a tailwind on the home straight, because you are already fatigued, and if anything it can just affect that form a little bit. So Muller on the outside, she won in Montegladbach a few weeks ago, but only a season's best there in 54.88, so very, very modest time indeed, the German. But also a key member of that German 4x4 squad around in that 2017 World Championship final where they got 6th place. Muller, Seiler, Gomez, Trinkler, Grosjean and Devigny on the inside. The Cuban in 4 really is the talent of the field. And I mentioned Seiler's having a great season so far, but she cannot keep pace with the Cuban here. Roxana Gomez, smooth as you like. I said she was one of the strongest. The sun's come out of play as well. So has she, as she powers down this home stretch. It was a fantastic opening 200 for her as well, but Gomez is going to take it. Watch the clock, 50.85 in blustery conditions. It's a big season's best for her, if that's official. Ladies and gentlemen, Seiler on the outside will also be in a season's best, I believe, inside that 52 seconds, we hope, from a French standpoint and interest going into the Paris Olympic Games as well. But 51.80 there, 84 season's best, and she's starting to near that world-class sub-50 second clocking that she has run. The Cuban champion already got her national championships ticked off. Another PB and season's best for Seiler in second, 51.80 as well. So superb. She's just a raw talent, isn't she, Seiler? You don't really know what you're going to get, but she's improving every race at the moment. And so is this lady, Roxana Gomez. And there was no question. She found herself in that final 100 right where she wanted to be, relaxed. And you know what? I think it helps as a 400 runner when you're not coming under any pressure, just to hold your form, to keep going right the way through the line. Often when there's people around you, you just tense up. It's human nature. No matter how well you're trained, we see it time and time again, don't we? So Roxana Gomez with a lovely season's best there, 50.84. That will bump her up the old rankings. And that's 400 meter auto qualifying time, 50.95. So she ticks that off for Paris. So she will be in Paris, Roxana Gomez, the Cuban champion. O'Brandon, 5:45 at the moment, just struggling to get over this height. Second attempt, what can he do? Just waiting for the officials to give him the green light, and he will get off down this runway. He needs to attack it. He needs to be aggressive. He's a regular 550 jumper. Let's have it. O'Brandon, oh, well, he's over it, isn't he? He's over it at that stage, but he just couldn't quite get the kind of distance to arch himself over that bar, but he had the height there for me. He really did. Well, then the women's 400 meter B final, we'll have that now. So we just had what a fantastic race that was. I think Roxana Gomez proving that these conditions, you can run fast in them. And like I said before, they do tend to favour 400 runners. They like a tailwind early. and they can battle with a headwind when they're tired. But if they have a headwind, that first 200 is just too slow and they can never get back on terms. Almost near impossible to negative split of 400 at the highest level. So often we see quite a big positive split differential there. But, well, Amelie Kante then, 59.77, just inside 60 seconds, her lifetime best and season's best. Lucy Petty, we saw her in the hurdles. She's just doing it all today. There's a few athletes here. Even some of the highest athletes, most professional athletes in the world are doubling up here today. They're using the experience for potentially those national championships, Olympic games, where the rounds, they come thick and fast. You need to be able to race, recover at the highest level. So Lucy Purdy then, 56.85 is her lifetime best and season's best, so she's in good form. And, well, Maya Langlois then, best of 55.37. 56.40 season best. So the only athlete who hasn't run a personal best this year is Langlois. And she goes in 3. So Langlois, Petty, and Kante. Just the 3 athletes. And Petty from Nancy Athletic Club. So where they go in this women's 400 meter beat final, it's fantastic that they do get the opportunity to have a couple of races here in the Forbach International meeting. And athletes like this can mix it with the best. They can learn from the best. They compete at similar times as well. But look at this thing. For me, it's Langlois moving very well. She's the fastest on paper. She's streaking away down the back straight. She looks relaxed at this stage. And an interesting battle will take place between Perry and Kante. Those two in 4 and 5, but Perry already making up the stagger up on Kante's shoulder around that top end. This is where they'll come into the headwinding. This is where the questions will be asked of someone like Langlois. She's just a second or so off her personal best this year. Can she get there? We're looking at 55.37. She looks to be on pace. She's got to hold it together now. This is where the tough headwind in her face. But Maëlle Langlois of the Paris Athletic Club moving very, very well. She'll be inspired this summer, no doubt, and this is an inspired performance. Fading on the line, 56.78. She does enough. She does enough to take it, and, well, Perry closed very, very hard in second, and she almost closed in that stagger, but she couldn't get on terms with that lady. Great racing, all smiles for her as well. And not far from that 55.37 in better conditions, and wow, well, just outside of personal best for Lucy Perry there in second, 0.3 of a second or so off her personal best. Well, it's a good start, wasn't it? And then just streaked away on the back straight. That was where she was at her best, but you just saw coming into this headwind, just starting the form, starting to fall apart a little bit, just overstriding the knee lift going as well. Whereas so you can see Perry still very relaxed and just running out of track at this stage, running out of room to close that. But it's a 400 meter race, not a 410 meter race, and Langlois is the best on the day. And a personal best there for Amelie Kante in 59.35. Well, she'll say thank you very much. And with those conditions, she'll look ahead to breaking that 59-second barrier, I'm sure, throughout the rest of the season and working your way down. 55, sub 55 is solid domestic running for a little bit of context. So these ladies will try to look ahead to potentially appear at their French national championships. I'm sure they'll have a qualifying standard for that to hit. All countries tend to, or some sort of qualifying procedure. So Thierry in the pole vault, equal lead from him, 5 meters and 45 centimeters. Goes over that, no problems at all. Talented man is Thierry when it comes to that pole vault. The decathlete just practicing his skills at this event. And of course, he'll have a very, very busy weekend, no doubt as well. Owen Herdin of Great Britain. Oh, just 5:45, not happening. Not quite happening for him at the moment, is it? Unfortunately for Herd. He's not far off that lifetime best of 5:51, but just came down on it a little bit too much, and actually a little bit lucky, wasn't he? But you can see here, plants it well, and he's someone who would have been looking at the European Championships in Rome and thinking, you know, and potentially still waiting to find out that selection coming very, very soon. That will come this weekend or so for the British athletes. I believe it's next weekend, and I'll wait on that, but he's in a strong position for it. There's Oberlin and Emig. Robin Emig, 22 years. And, well, we haven't seen Valentin Lavalini yet. He's due to compete here, but I think he scrapped that. I was going to say he's having a little bit of an up and down year. He's Valentin Lavalini, and an up and down year quickly turns into an up and down year and a half, potentially 2 years. So we hope to see him in some competitions over the next few months. But well, Orban, 5 meters in 45 is proving difficult for a few of these men. And Orban has got to go clear if he wants to stay in the competition, and he does so. Just that. Sits in 5th, and with 2 attempts, it's taking him to a clear 5:45. You expect him to stay there for a little bit as well. But equal personal best for Matti Gavin Matai in 6th place, going clear at 5:30. So 5 men left in this competition. And tour for him goes clear pretty nicely indeed, and we will have the men's 400 meter A final and B final up next on the track, due to go off well, about now actually. So just running a little bit behind here in Forbach.
Les vainqueurs du meeting de Forbach, avec une excellente performance, il bat son record personnel, entraîné par Alain Doré, Thomas Beauvoir.
Well, Gavin Mattei then, as I said, nice personal best for him, clearing 5:30, and he'll have a 3rd and final attempt at 5:45. Now we've seen Herd fail, we've seen Dupre fail, and we've seen Orban go clear. Oh, and it's a shame, it's a shame. Well, again, he's someone who just had the height, just came down a little bit too quick, and well, they do their best to keep it up, don't they? But they just can't. But he'll be very, very pleased with that lifetime best in these conditions as well, and this early on in the season. Time to build on it, of course. And he'll be another man who will look to feature at that French National Championships. So the men's 400 meter A final, just four to run in it. On the outside, the whiskey. Tall, towering pole. And well, they were due to have A, B, and C final. And when it came to this 400, I think they scrapped the seat, so just the 2 races. But Desinski, well, area record holder, national record holder when it comes to that 4x400 mixed relay, and he won the gold in Tokyo. And the teammate he did that alongside, Karol Zalewski, also goes in this race in 3. More on him in a moment, but Desinski, yes, the Poles really taking to the 4x4 mixed relay. They've been a powerhouse, haven't they, ever since its introduction? And I know it's a relatively new event, but they are the European record holders, and he is a national record holder, of course, as well. Well, Yandis Lesgade in 60 Olympic Games in Rio in the 4x4 with Cuba. He too is the Cuban champion. We've seen one Cuban champion here this afternoon, and now we have another. So what can Leski do? And Zaleski then also on that 4x4 mixed relay Olympic winning team, 5th in the 4x4 in Tokyo as well. Non-mixed there to save any confusion on the inside. Then Fabrizio Saidi goes on the inside. Lifetime best of 45.44 for him. 46.45 season's best. So I'll tell you what, this is going to be awfully tight. All these men within just a few tenths of a second, and it's going to be who can negotiate these conditions the best. Perhaps who's just a little bit fresher at this time in this season. Athletes opening up. They've had a few competitions under their belt now, and they're probably just getting their last few in before they sink back into a training block before their national trials and championships to come at the end of the month. So away we go then. Clean start in this men's 400 meter race final. Saidi in 2, Zalewski in 3, Leske in 4 as well, and Dasinski right on the outside. He goes in 5. So it's a strong start from Dasinski. Like I said, this is where the tailwind is, and the two poles leading the way in this race so far. Zalewski up on him on the back straight. They'll know each other very, very well. They're both national record holders in that 4x4 mixed relay team and a part of that team that won Olympic gold. Will they defend their title in Paris in a few months' time? Well, in order to do so, they'll have to get there in tip-top shape, and this is how. Well, it's neck and neck coming into the home straight, and all 4 men abreast. That is not often you see this in a 400, is it at all? But look at this then, the Cuban champion coming through. Leske is going to take it, causes an upset, 46-34. And perhaps he was the man. He's got the most racing under his legs at this stage in this season, and he's proved it here today. Yohannes Leske of Cuba is your champion at the Forbach International meeting. Saidi as well, the Frenchman, coming through for second. And the two Poles, who on paper are the strongest out of the runners here in this race, Zalewski and Dasinski, nowhere to be seen. They went off hard and faded, almost like they were battling each other in that first 200. And the Frenchman Saidi and the Cuban Leske just stayed relaxed and patient and did the job. There he is then, Pavel Forbach. What hasn't this man won? He's a fantastic, tall, towering pole. And Forbach, the 5 times world champion, is a national record holder. He's the youngest world champion at just 22 years of age as well. Well, look out for Bigot. Very, very strong jumper. Look at that personal best. You know, anytime a man gets near 80 meters, that's special. Second at those world championships in 2019. Oh, well, then Nowitzki, not at his best, to say the least. And he certainly wasn't yesterday in Nancy, but can he come here and win? He's the Olympic champion from Tokyo. He'll look to defend his title this summer, but this will be a step to doing so. Oh, wow. And this is just a stellar 5-star lineup in the men's hammer, because we've got Katzberg here. Ethan Katzberg. He's the current world champion from Canada, the Pan American Games champion as well. He's their area record holder. He's a national record holder, and he is unbeaten in 2024. And then finally, the man from France, Yann Chossinan. He's a national champion, but boy, did he throw well yesterday. He beat Nowitzki, and he beat Forbach yesterday, throwing 79.88. He's in fantastic form over in Nancy. Can he back it up here today? Bronze at that European Throw Cup earlier in the year as well. He's got that twice now. But like I said, this is a who's who of men's hammer throw, and it is one of those events that we don't get to see in the Diamond League. And I know when World Athletics mentioned they were going to axe a few more events from the Diamond League, there was uproar, but these male hammer throwers and women's hammer throwers almost chuckled to themselves, because unfortunately they haven't been included in the Diamond League for quite some time now, and they should do. They deserve it. It's a fantastic competition, a fantastic event as well. Collet then in the pole vault, 5:55. Oh, okay, not bad for a first attempt though. Not bad at all. Again, just came down on it. a little bit. Is he alright? Just looks to be sort of hobbling away a little bit, so I'm sure he's fine. They are in the walls a little bit, these pole holders, but he does just seem to have hurt something perhaps. Just sort of hobbles over, shake himself up a little bit. Well, the men's 400 meter B final set to take place, and just 4 to go in this one as well. And on the outside, Elliot Sauzet, 49.06, his lifetime best. Can he run a personal best? He's going to have to live with a few of these men. So the Frenchman, Thionville. Goes in 5. I mentioned sort of 54 seconds-ish being like good level domestic racing for most. That sort of inside 47 seconds. 46 is strong domestic racing, and Jack Surman is around there. 47.66 the lifetime best. He's right on that. He's operating in that sort of territory. And Malou Loreddin of Algeria, 45.82 at his absolute best. Now that is very, very strong running, and can he get near it? And the man from Senegal, Soumaré, 46.20. Well, he's a talent, isn't he? We haven't really seen him too much yet this year, but when you're setting personal best, you always want to watch because your confidence is high, your training must be going well, you're bouncing from performance to performance, and yeah, the Senegalese is doing just that. So he goes into Laradege in 3, Erman in 4, and Sauzet in 5. They settle into their box, these men. On paper, there's quite a contrast in ability. I wonder if we'll see a much more even matchup. So it's a nice clean start from all 4 of these men so far. They all look very even, and you can see they're going to have that nice tailwind over on the back straight. In lane 3, then in the white, that is Laradege of Algeria. He's the quickest in the field by quite some way, but the season's best of only 47.99. And Jax is on his outside. Elliot Sauzet as well, but those two, Samari and Laradege, are all up on that stagger. These two battling it out, and Samari looks to be working awfully hard at this stage in the race. This is where you want to see a little bit of relaxation coming into this home straight, but he is powering. How's he going to negotiate this headwind? He's out front at the moment, looking very, very smooth. There's Soumaré as he pulls away from the rest of the field. It's his race. This is his event as well. 46.20 lifetime best. He'll be close. Oh, with a nasty blustery conditions down there. He is in PB shape, and he'll look at that 46-second mark now and say it's a matter of when, not if. 46.90, and a nice PB in 4th, by the way, just coming up on my screen. Elliot Sauzet of France on the outside, 48.55. But El Hadji, Soumaré, superb running, 46.90. And, well, he had to work for it, didn't he? He just went for it. At that sort of 250 mark, he decided he was really going to squeeze it. Got up on the stagger on these men, and he just piled it on at that stage. And Laradege couldn't even react, couldn't even respond. Tough part of the bend, and bit of a sucker punch at that stage in the race because Soumaré was just off, and he had the confidence and momentum on his side, and it is a lot to do with momentum, this sport. It's amazing what it can do to your mentality. If someone's going past you as opposed to catching, you always want to be the hunter rather than the hunted, don't you? And Soumaré had 3 men to hunt down. Well, he looks like he enjoyed it. He looks a little bit exhausted as well. That's what you'd expect. That concludes the men's 400 meters and the women's 400 for that matter as well. Please go back if you are joining us on the live stream because it happened just a few moments ago. And there was also an A and a B final. And there you can see the results for clarification. Not not particularly fast times in that B final, but just like in the A as well, conditions here are against the athletes a little bit. It is a little bit blustery down on the track. We're seeing wind readings of around about 2 meters per second as well. Difficult for these athletes, and it's not very predictable at this stage either. Well, we've had field events at plenty so far this afternoon, and we've got another one about to start. The men's triple jump is all done and dusted. The women's triple jump is about to get going, and we've got some athletes ranked inside the top 30 in the world, and well, one of them, Charisma Taylor, 6th at those World Indoor Championships in the 60-meter hurdles and the triple jump, and looking forward to seeing what she can do. She'll double back for those hurdles later on, by the way. She is a true athlete, and that's no disrespect to those who focus on just one event, but it's mesmerizing what Taylor can do, and often you see it in the junior ranks, that sort of athleticism and someone doubling up and tripling up in events, but to see it at the professional level, there she is. Charisma Taylor, 14.11, her season best, 14.88 by the way, her personal best. That Olympic standard, to provide a little bit of context throughout this competition, is 14.55 for those women to hit, so we hope we'll see someone get close to that mark. It would be fantastic to see someone get an Olympic qualification here. Well, Christina Michaela then, 9th at those World Championships in 2022 in Oregon, 2-time Olympian, and she is the Finnish national record holder as well. Kanji, 13.76, her lifetime best. Ruth Hildebrand in 13.33. Well, she's in PB form so far, and wow, Gulami. Eleanor Gulami is a fantastic talent. 14.11, 14.51 for Diallo as well. And there is Gulami. You can see her on screen. And well, Diallo was someone who won those World Junior Championships way back in 2014, and she jumped her one of her lifetime bests at the time, 14.44, and she's only improved just a small amount. But focus on Gulami there, 14.11, and then we'll move to the Lithuanian. Lilian Pumpkin, who goes in there. She's been competing well at this stage. And Jan Nelson, also someone who's around, sorry, in Montserrat last weekend, and like I said, these women appearing all over Europe, all over France, especially the amount of meetings that France play host to, and I think that's credit to Paris just being around the corner. Okay, now over to the hammer circle. We're watching the first round of that get underway. It might even just be still warming up. That's not a bad throw at all, out towards 75 meters for Quinton Bigot to get things moving. And 72.24 then his first round attempt. As the men pole vaulters just sort of relax in between jumps, and over on the far side you can see the 200 meter runners just preparing themselves for what is to come. They're off at 4 o'clock, which now we should have that women's 200 meter final to get going at 4:05, so we're slightly behind here in Forbach. What he now towards quiet for Calais. He wants to gather his thoughts. He wants to prepare his mind and visualize what he's about to do. Will he go clear at 5 meters and 55? He's capable of it, this man. He's done it time and time again, the Frenchman. But can he do it under pressure? Mathieu Calais. He won last weekend in Switzerland. He's not going to win here with that. So he fouls out. 5:45. That will have to do. So just a few men left in this competition. It really is getting to the business end, and it's funny, isn't it? You know, you get to these, I call them bogey heights, that just become a little bit of a problem, a little bit of a barrier for these men to go clear it, and they all seem to really sort of settles the competition in one height. for the men's hammer throw. Saucinon. Just over the 75-meter mark. Not too bad for him for his first round throw. That's legal. They've didn't foul out. Katzberg threw 77.96 in his first round. Nowitzki 72.31. So Saucinon, who is to throw last in this competition. Just keep an eye on where that came in at, and I believe it's going to be around about 75.97. Slots himself up into second, and he is the man in form. He's going from strength to strength. He's competing with some of the best hammer throwers in the world, and he's starting to take a lot of confidence. Wouldn't it be amazing if France can get a man on the podium in an event like the hammer? They haven't had someone dominate quite so much, but he's got great compatriots as well. And Quinton Bigot of France also applying the pressure in fourth here. So Katzberg, Saucinon, Nowitzki, Bigot, Brussels are your top five. And you can see how lodged in those hammers are when it comes to measuring it. Absolutely, just wedged in there. It takes quite some effort to pull it out as well. So with a bit of luck, the women's 200 meters will be getting underway shortly. Let's have a look at that A final. We've already seen Tamaya Garza today already in the 100. What a fantastic late close she has. Nikanza as well. Wesley and Kotwila go in this one. So on the outside, Kotwila 22.99, a lifetime best. 23.40, that's season best as well, coming from a few weeks ago. They have got it. It's going to be a tough race for these 200 runners. Don't expect to see anything flashy here. The meet record from 2012, Mariam Soumari of 23.13. Well, I'd say that might be under threat with the talent we've got, but in these conditions, I just don't think so. So that will probably live another year unless we see something special from this lady, Tamaya Garza, the Mexican. She had a very, very strong 100. She got herself primed and up, and what's more important, you know, an athlete where 200 meters is probably her favorite event, is she closed hard. That last 20-30 meters is when she came good, and she carries that on into this 200. She'll run very well, very well. We're solid in the German, 22.89, 23.15, her season's best. Another athlete to watch, second of those World University Games back in 2019, fourth in Marseille a little while ago. And Nikanza, Delphine Nikanza goes on the inside. She operates consistently down on that 23 low mark, 23 mid. But you can see the trees there blowing a gale. So Tamaya Garza, the one to watch in 5. She's in the green strip, as you can see, pink spikes. The Mexican, Kotwila on her outside, Vesely in 4, and Nikanza in 3 on the inside of her. The women's 200 meter A final about to get underway. So where they go, then clean start from all these women. Nikanza moving very, very well. Already up on Vesely in this first sort of 50 meters or so. Strong wind readings at the moment. I think we've got about 2.5 meters per second, but Nikanza's running well. This is where Tamaya Garza comes into her own. This is where it's strengthened, or will she feel that fatigue from the 100 earlier on in the day? But the Mexican looks to take it now. Strong in the final 30. That's her trademark, 23.56. She's quickly winning her trademark as well. 2 wins in Forbach for Tamaya Garza. Congratulates her opponents. Vesely ran well, Nikanza as well. Kotwila on the outside pushed her to the line, but Nikanza, there was no doubt about that start. Up on Tamaya Garza very, very quickly indeed. And you can see the expressions from these athletes straight away. You know, they're talking about as soon as they start, just bang, that headwind just hitting them straight away. And it's obviously affected Nikanza a lot more than Tamaya Garza. But she's the class of the field, really, with a personal best of 22.45. And, well, I would say she's going to break 23 this season. And it's a matter of, you know, when, not if. She's moving well enough to do so. And we'll have a quick look at those results. There you are, 23.55. And look, the bottom of the page there, 2.7 meters per second headwind. Ladies and gentlemen, so very, very tough competitions. Well, Robin Emig then, slight wobble at 5.45. Other than that, a pretty perfect scorecard, and we'd expect that from a 5.70 jump. Oh, how about it? Goes clear at 5.65, and you know what? That could well be the winning jump. If he hasn't won already. I can't see, well, Thierry Baptiste will have a go, but for me, that could well be it. That was very, very impressive from him. A slight Ray smile as well. And he's a man who will really hope to feature at that European Championships in Rome. Well, Quinton Bigodin, can he improve on that 72.24? It's getting out towards that 75 meter mark, so it's a minor improvement from him. Perhaps 74 meters and change. And I can say Thierry Baptiste, there he is, the decathlete, just, nowhere near that 5.65, so it would be unknown territory for him. Would be very, very good vaulting indeed. For Baptiste, but he has cleared 5.75 already this year. So he's a man who's capable, and to be a decathlete and be jumping 5.75, that is very, very impressive. Well, Nowitzki, not quite as his best. You could say he is warming up into this season. He'll be looking to defend his title in Paris in a few months' time. The Tokyo Olympic champion. He's also been the bridesmaid at multiple world championships over the last few years in Oregon and in Budapest. And, well, just shy of that 75 meter mark as well. It's almost a carbon copy to Bigot, so that we saw before him. But yes, competed in Nancy yesterday as well. Didn't throw particularly well. He's got two daughters now. Life has changed a little bit, but third at those Olympic Games as well in Rio. I mean, he's got one heck of a CV as an athlete. I mean, that's all you can ask for, to have multiple global medals, and he's got exactly that. And look, Polish athletes, they really, really know how to produce hammer throws, because they just do it time and time again. Well, then the women's 200 meter beat final up next on the track, and Louise Weiland of Germany, 23.51, her season's best, waiting to be introduced. Four to go in this one as well. And we are on a small intimate track here in Forbach. It's a 6-laner. It's tight, the crowd on top of you as well. It's got a great grandstand as well. You can see the crowd just get around the stadium. They're knowledgeable here. And this is what, for me, the sport's about. These European circuit races are just fantastic. Well, there's Szymanskaya, Krystyna Szymanskaya of Poland. We saw her in 100 as well. Moving well. Rimlinger as well. So a lot of these athletes just doubling here in the 100 and the 200. They've had about 90 minutes or so recovery, so not much, but it's good practice for their heats and semis that they might have at a major championships, European championships, or even their national championships. And on the inside of Rimlinger is Moro. So Moit in 3, Rimlinger 4, Szymanskaya in 5, and Weiland in 6. So the class of the field really is Szymanskaya. She goes in 5. It's a good aggressive start from her. Rimlinger is keeping pace at this stage, and she's already up on the pole's shoulder, but it's all about the strength coming into this final 100. This is where the headwind will be at its absolute worst. So Rimlinger, just see the form just fading away a little bit, rocking side to side as Szymanskaya, the pole, is going to take it an edge clear, and look at the strength she has in that last 20 or so. 23.86. Unofficially, of course, we'll see the. We'll wait for those results to pull through. But that was a massive headwind, ladies and gentlemen. I've got 3.1 meters per second. Yes, you heard that right, making it awfully difficult for these athletes out there to really contest and lay down some serious markers. But it's good practice for them because, look, if it's going to be like that at a major championships, you're going to have to deal with it, aren't you? And Tytsimantskaya of Poland there, great running from her. Takes first place and already sub 23 seconds this year. For me, this was the key point, wasn't it? Rimline was just very aggressive early on, but the strength, the speed, endurance of her over that last 20 meters was just something else, and that's what set her apart from the other two women in the field, and on her outside as well, Violent, who still, she was another one who had a pretty strong last 20, and in fact came through to overtake Rimline, which looked very unlikely, and 24:11 for her. Etienne Moitz there, 25:33. So it's tough for athletes because you can't be too disappointed with your performances in those conditions. You just got to focus on getting a good hard run out, keying into your effort levels as well. We've got a couple more 200s to run, the men's A final and the B final as well, in that order, and then we'll turn our attention to the 800 meter races, which will take place on the track, men's and women's, and then of course we will wrap up the evening with those 110 meter hurdles. Final for the men will go first, and then the women's 100 meter final. So, well, Ethan Katzberg, as we tune back in with the hammer, 80 meters and 12 centimeters. You expect that, don't you, from the world champion? And he just seems to not be putting a foot wrong at the moment. Well, Thierry Baptiste, shall I say, Baptiste Thierry, third and final attempt at 5:65. I mentioned when Emig went clear at this height, I thought that would be it now for me. That would be the winning height in this competition. Thierry just hasn't quite looked at it, and unfortunate. I was hoping he would prove me wrong, but unfortunately the decathlete bows out of this competition at 5:65, and it's all over to Emig now to just show us how high he can go this afternoon. Catching up with his coach, Rob. And this man's hammer throw. He's in the Andrade, the Portuguese man as well. This is Cruzvolt, Paul Cruzvolt, the Mets Athletic Club, and he throws way out. And in fact, that was Chaussinon in the circle, another 78-75, so another good throwing for him around that 80 meter mark. I apologise, currently in the circle, I can tell you, is Cruzvolt coming through on my system. He just threw 69-69, and Pavel Videk will be next. Well, this men's 200 meter A final then, and you're looking at Noah Bibi of Nancy Athletic Club, the man from Mauritius. He's, well, I guess a favoured event is the 100 meters for him. He was very impressive in that. He won that. He's full of confidence. He won that earlier on today, 2092 season's best, and well, if he gets anywhere near that today, that would be encouraging in these weather conditions as they just wait to be introduced to the crowd. And we can see as well Yudai Nishi, a Japanese athlete, second at those World University Games last year, and fifth in Tokyo Grand Prix. That was last weekend, in fact. Well, isn't that good then? Mummentaler, Timothy Mummentaler, 2035. He's in fine form as well. The Swiss, 21 years, and bronze at the European Under-23 Championships last year. For me, though, when you improve every year, that's the exciting thing. That's those are the athletes who are dangerous. They're just going in the right way. The trajectory's very strong. And Lucas Zock goes in 3 right on the inside. So from the outside in, you've got Bibi, 100 meter champion from earlier on today. Yudai Nishi in 5, the Japanese athlete. Mummentaler in 4, and Zoc the pole in 3. So away they go, and a bit of a laboured start from Udai Nishi. He'll be frustrated at that. What he can't do now is panic. He needs to relax because Mama Taylor's already up on his shoulder. He's eating up that stagger. The Swiss athlete moving very, very well. He looks the smoothest of the bunch at the moment. I mentioned a former European medalist as well, over the 200, but he looks they takes it. 2097, Mama Taylor. And you know what? He said hi to his mum. That's what it's for.
We don't want no beef.
And that's what it's about. Doing it for yourself and your family and your loved ones as well. Mama Taylor from Switzerland takes it here. 2035 is season's best and lifetime best. And you know what? We'll wait for the wind reading, but in those conditions, that could mean something quite special. 21:11 for Bibi, perhaps carrying over a little bit of fatigue in the outer lanes. And Nishi, well, do you know what? He handed the race to Mama Taylor, in my opinion. There he goes. Well, he's giving it the talk beforehand as well. That's what it's about. We haven't seen that for a while since Bolt, really, have we? But Mama Taylor, aggressive in that first bend and just powered down the home straight. The man who was the least phased by these conditions comes out on top, and one of the most talented in the field as well, and he's proved it here today. And look at that headwind, 4.3 meters per second, and I said he'll be chuffed with that time to go inside 21 seconds with that wind reading. He is in low 22nd clocking, ladies and gentlemen. He'll have the European Championships to look forward to, his national championships as well. But boy, that's a bit of a name for the future, just 21 years of age. Now, I said when he went clear at 565, I think that would be enough. What can he do at 576? That would be a nice personal best for him. Oh, very, very close. Oh, that's encouraging. And you know what? He's kept his powder dry, and I hope he's just kept something back. But that is why, if you're wondering why it's an obscure number like 576, it is because he can attack his personal best. Well, Katzberg in the circle now. 80 meters in 12 in that second round. Ooh, okay. That looks like his worst throw of the competition. That looks right around 75 meters. Chaussinon will go next to France. Can he challenge that 80-meter mark? There's a win here to be had. Katzberg's undefeated all year. Upset him. Cause an upset in your home country, on your home turf. Getting his head ahead of that home Olympic Games in Paris. Well, the men's 200-meter B final, then you can see a lot of these men as well. I must confess, doubling back from the 100 meters earlier on today. In fact, all three of these men did the 100, so making their trip worthwhile here over to Forbach, getting a couple of races in. Hedi Sai goes in 3, Hassan Taftian in 4, and Papamadai Diarra in 5. And Taftian, really, you would say the class of the field, 2074, his lifetime best. And already run the 100, the Iranian, he's a national record holder there. But Diarra also taking smooth win in the 100B race as well. So 22:21 his season's best, 21:31 personal best. So he's having fun out here. He's enjoying his afternoon. The man from Nancy raced yesterday as well. Busy old weekend for him. And Taftian, the Iranian. And there he is. He has been to a few major championships. He'll be looking to go to another this summer. And there he is, Hedi Sai, 21.67. His season's best. So this could be a very, very interesting race. I mean, Diarra hasn't run what he's worth, with 22.21 being his season's best. He's worth a lot more than that.
À vos marques.
Et on a Yann Saucinan qui vient d'établir la deuxième meilleure performance de sa carrière, 79,88 hier. S'il veut prendre la première place, il passe par 5,80 mètres. Il améliore en gros son temps.
Diarra, Taftian, and Sahi. Senegal, Iran, and France.
Prêt.
Nations, the athletes representing, away they go. Then I thought I heard a double gun there, but they are off, and Hassan Taftian is already up on Diarra on the outside, and he is having no problems in these winds. It's a big old headwind on this home straight, ladies and gentlemen. All of these men doubling back from the 100 as well, but Hassan Taftian, the Iranian national record holder, eases clear of the rest of the field. 21.43, just outside his season's best performance. In those conditions, he'll be very, very pleased. And I will wait for those results to come. And I think that wind may have just settled a little bit. 1 meter per second, actually, headwind. But you can see Diarra rewarded with a season's best as well. 21.75, also into a headwind. He will be happy enough himself. And Sahi just, unfortunately, with Taftian's start, he couldn't get near him. And that's awfully tough. You just can't get on terms with these men. You're running your own rhythm, and it just causes you to be a little bit more tense and panic a little bit. You can see Diarra as well doing his best not to panic. But great racing from all three of those men. Two men from NC Club who know each other very well. Training partners, no doubt, as well, Diarra and Sahi, and that's what it's about, isn't it? Traveling the world and going to meetings with your training partners and going through, honestly, you make friends for life in this sport. You really do, sharing the ups and the downs. It makes it all worthwhile and all the more fun. So obviously this women's triple jump competition, which we haven't seen too much of at this stage, but it is going well. And out front is Guillaume of France with a 14.23, massive lifetime best. And she had wind on her side as well, a legal 1.8. So 14.28, apologies, and that Olympic standard 14.55. Well, she already jumped a personal best, but she's not too far off it now. Christina Michaela sits in second, the Finn, with 13.99, and interestingly, Charisma Taylor of the Bahamas, 13.50, and for an athlete of her caliber, she really is kind of way off it. She's jumped 14.88 in her lifetime, 14.11 this year, 6th at the World Indoors in Glasgow as well, so she can do it on the big stage. But one of the reasons I think she looked at this meeting was because it gave her the opportunity to double. Gave her the opportunity to get the hurdles in at the same day. She's going to see her in the final later on this evening. And we can see her here in the triple jump. It's a little bit better. Get a mark on the board. But yeah, nowhere near the 14 meter mark, which is what she would be realistically looking at. And it shows you, doesn't it? In these explosive events, just a bit of fatigue just takes the edge off you. So Taylor just looking a little bit flat for me, the Bahamian. And Weidman, it's 13.64, so a slight improvement on her jump. That won't adjust the pecking order at all. Also, those of you looking to see where Rui Diallo is, 2 fouls from her, so she's yet to get a mark on the board. As we watch a replay from Charisma Taylor's jump. Tofile then. 13:21 round 1, foul in 2. Oh, yeah, I was going to say that could look like another foul as well. And I think you just know, don't you? These athletes will know what kind of flow, step rate, everything like that they'll need to hit. And that's why, I mean, you know, the wind just always changing, chopping and changing. And it has done throughout the afternoon. We saw it in the men's competition, caused a lot of problems for a lot of athletes out there. It's so hard to kind of get a rhythm and build throughout the competition because you're basically waiting for that perfect jump and putting pressure on each jump as well. And I think, yeah, the likes of Dorfile there just knew it wasn't going to happen and just sat back off it. Because honestly, the impact you can put through your body and by jumping is quite scary. So Christina Michaela, finished athlete, will be next to go. Her third attempt as well. She sits in second with 13.99. She'll be pleased with that. So far, 9th at those World Championships in Oregon. Two-time Olympian as well. Perhaps slightly disappointed with her performance in Glasgow at the World Indoor Championships. Oh, okay. Well, that looks near enough. That's about a 1370, 1380 range. So let's just wait and see what that mark comes in at. And it definitely won't challenge for the lead. 14.28 out front for Guilherme. So she won't challenge for that. But could she improve on her season's best, competition best? And how about that? What are the chances then? 13.99. Truly, what are the chances? Twice as well from Christina Michaela. So, Kanji, Sangon Kanji. Next in the pit, the athlete from Senegal. She sits in 9th place at the moment. Just really probably wants to be challenging. That would be a foul. When did she look to be way over the board? And yep, you can tell, foul for her. So, or is it? Are they just measuring that up? And we'll wait and see. But well, that women's triple jump competition is nearing the end, or around about halfway. This men's 800 meter final is about to take place as well. What a race we have in prospect. 2 laps of the track for these men. And we have, supposedly, we've got a B&C final as well. But this looks pretty loaded for me. It really does. We've got Marmadit on the outside. Well, I was going to wonder if they will have a pacemaker here. I'm not sure. He's a very accomplished athlete, and he is someone, Hani Mohammadi, is someone who can go on and win this race with a lifetime best of 147. Kadano next to him as well from Uganda. So he's another athlete who potentially a little bit of late entry. 149, his lifetime best. 151, season's best. I might be looking at him to see if he will pace. It's absolutely stacked, and like I said, they did schedule an A, B, and a C final. I think this might just be one race, and they'll do one race for the women as well. And you know what? They've got enough. Again, they've got enough disparity between men, so it's for things hopefully to kind of thin out a little bit over on the back straight when they break and coming around to the bell. They'll have to get moving. It will have to be fast enough. So let's get to know these men that you're about to watch. Well, it is Shafiq Kadano of Uganda. Towering figure, huge talent. We haven't quite seen him. And Mohamdi next to him, the Algerian. For Souley then, Makule, 146.59, his lifetime best. He goes on the outside of lane 5. Ludovic, you can't miss him. Tall, towering man, very strong. 11th in Marseille. Often pacemakes on the Diamond League circuit, Ludovic. Not here today. He's racing. He's here to try and win. Shudar as well. You can see him. The Spaniard. 148. This is his season opener. Baptiste Hussain in 3. Alongside him, Demaya. as well, who's on the outside of him, sorry, and Marvin Heindeck, 145, man. You look at someone like him, he's probably the one to watch. He was 6th in Rohangland in Germany as well, 2nd of those German indoor champs. Florian Schumacher, 152, potentially a little bit out his depth in this field, in this company. It's, well, Ecclesio as well on the inside, 145.22. And, well, we've seen him race a few times over the last few days. He's had a very, very busy week. And Osama Shadad as well, also a 145, man. 2nd of those World University Games, over 1,500. That is his favourite event. He's 337 already this year, Shadad. Him and Leclesio in one. They'll fight. Look at this. It's busy, isn't it, in this 800? Small, 6-lane, intimate track. And you've got, well, what, 12, 13 men trying to break over on the far side, making it very, very interesting. The two to watch for me are Shadad, the Algerian, and he is the tall figure in the blue, and Leclesio as well in the kind of greeny white strip, who's just getting boxed and barged back into about 6th, 7th place. And look, I said it needed to be fast. This field needs to be strung out early on. You've got Ludovic on the outside of Cardano. And Hani Mohamdi, the Algerian, the question marks over whether he'll pace or not. We're about to find out through 400 meters, I believe. And Theo De Maya looking very, very strong. He sits in about 2nd place at the moment. But Osama Shadad, 145.45, man, in 3rd, 51.37. That's for the guy at the front, the pacemaker. Well, they have the wind on their backs at this stage in the race as well, and that's unfortunate. Leclesio, the Frenchman, he drops out. Florian Schumacher as well in there, but at this stage, then Osama Shadad is pushing on. He's got the wind with him. He's made his move. Ludovic is the tall, towering man in 3rd with the ponytail, looking to get up on the likes of De Meyer, is it, in 2nd place. But Osama Shadad, he's in fine form. A season's best of 145.4. He won't get near that, or will he? In these conditions, it would be very, very impressive. And it would be a bit of a statement to the rest of the world. He was 2-time medalist, those World University Championships last year over the 1,500 and the 800. So Osama Shadad, a dominant display here at the international meeting in Forbach, 145.89. And you know what? In these blustery conditions, with that solo effort over the last lap, he will be very, very pleased. I talked about making a statement. And, well, that Algerian 800-meter team as well in Paris is going to be something, isn't it? Because, well, he can sneak onto it, and I say sneak because you look at Slimane and Mula in the 800 at the moment. It's very, very strong. Those guys are medal contenders in Paris, and Shadad slowly knows, well, you know what it's like. You've just got to be consistent on the day. You've got to be able to get through the rounds, and you've got to be able to do it in scrappy, messy races as well. And that was a nice result, and that proves he can do it with a lot of athletes in the race. And often, you know, athletes will potentially moan about having too many people in the race, making it a little bit, you know, making it messy, upsetting their rhythm. Because it is kind of, at this stage in the season, athletes, they're not looking to hone their racecraft as much as anything. They're just looking to get a good few quick times under their belt, because at this level, at this World Tour level, you are looking at athletes trying to qualify, trying to bank that qualification mark for the Olympic Games and potentially for their national championships as well. But he just paced it right, and you can see Leclesio, he just got pushed back a little bit here, and he was a man I was looking at in this race to really feature, but he could never quite get on terms with it. And I think when he went through at the 400-meter mark, he then stepped off at about 450, and, well, it was all this man from that point out, Osama Shadad of Algeria, and I think we might see him. He's still relatively young. He's very strong over 1,500. I say 1,500 is his preferred event. When you're running 145s, as in contrast to 337s, I'd probably say 800 is your favourite event. So we've got a B final to come, and I believe this may well be a little bit of carnage on the track, because there's a lot of names that are about to feature in this. That's for sure. We've got Maxime Demire. He goes in 1. Marius de Meyer as well. Those two share lanes. It's going to be a very, very similar setup to the race we've just seen. Athletes sharing lanes. We'll get familiar with the field in just a moment. But again, you have got a bit of a contrast. You've got some men who are running 150 for 800, whereas others running 159. And even outside 2 minutes. So I think it will break up quite a lot. There's Robin Emick as well, your Forbach champion here today. I believe that was a failure at 582. Gave it a crack at 576. There's a story in front of you. And just decided, you know what? Let's see. Let's just see how close I can get to it. It's also as much information at this stage in the season for him to build off and use going forward. And you know, getting used to those bigger poles as well when he might need to crack that 582 come the major championships, European championships in a few weeks' time as well. So those are your results. Robin Emick, the decathlete Baptiste Thierry in second place as well. And Mathieu Collet in third, 545. So very, very strong showing from those guys. Those were your top three. And it was dominated by French athletes, that pole. Well, back to this 800 then. Back to a who's who in this men's B final. International meeting here in Forbach, drawing to a little bit of a close. We're going to have the women's 800 A and B final, and then the meeting will wrap up with those 110 meter hurdles as well. Well, there we are then. Terry and Balao Kristen on the outside. Kristen in the pink, a 154 man. Below also a 154.95 man. He is. Well, there's a German, Hindorf, and Isaiah as well. Hindorf 156 and Isaiah 159. We'll look up for Cyril Straub there in two. He's a 154.84, almost the fastest on paper if it wasn't for this man in the t-shirt. Very cool, calm and collected, isn't he? And Marius de Meyer, 150.54. And next to him, Maxime de Meyer. That could well be a relation. I cannot say for certain, but a 156 man on the inside as well. So away they go then. In this men's 800 meter, this is the B final, and just like in that previous race, they're going to file in. We could well be looking at the pacemaker on the outside. That's Remy Leverteri. On the outside, he gets to the front. Let's see what they're going to pace them through, and I'm glad there is one because this field does need thinning out a little bit. They do need to be asked a question. And, well, De Meyer, he's the fastest. Marius, fastest on paper, to 150.54, but he looks to be quite content to sit in second place. We're seeing a similar pattern to that previous race where Osama Shadad went on to win that and made his move with that wind over on the back straight. And in the circle, then that looks like Nowitzki. Olympic champion Nowitzki, and well, that challenged the 80 meter mark, not quite, just over 75 meters, and no one going with the pacer at this stage in the race. And there's a reason for it, ladies and gentlemen. It's awfully windy down on the track as well. Big headwind on that home straight, around about 2-ish meters per second, or is it Remy Leverteri on the outside, and you could just see checking back. I thought I was going to eat my words, and he just pulls off at the 500 meter mark. Not much use to these men, but they're all, the cream is rising to the crop now. Maxime de Meyer, his younger brother in the field as well, but Marius out front from the Dijon Athletic Club, and he looks very smooth. He's a 150.5 performer at his very best, just tying up a little bit. He's going to have to hold on and just measure his effort over the final kind of 150 meters or so. It's Billow who is chasing him down as well. Samuel Billow, one of the fastest, 154.95, and this is where it's going to count. That headwind in the home straight. Have you done your strength work? Have you done your speed endurance work? And I think he has, and he's proving why he is the fastest, and he is the man to beat here today. De Meyer gonna take it, 155.02. Not bad in those conditions. You can see, take no notice of that final lap split. That was all done off the pacemaker's early running, and now I would say that was a pretty even 155 from De Meyer, to be honest with you, because he did hold back at 400. He just tucked himself in and made his move on the back straight, but I don't think he particularly enjoyed it. It was hard effort out there, wasn't it? He did have to run a solid race in order to execute properly. And you can see there them all just kind of filing in. It's and then just sort of gradually over on the back straight. That lead was probably at its biggest at that point, and it was Billow who was hunting him down all the way home on the home straight. Also next to him, that was Battle Kristen in the pink, just closing hard in 4th place as well. And Samuel Billow almost rewarded with a lifetime best. They were just outside it, 154.95, but lifetime best. He got close. So that concludes the men's 800-meter action here. The men's 800-meter B final you've just witnessed. I do believe they have scheduled for a C final as well. So running a little bit behind here, if anything, in the international meeting Forbach. We'll see what's. We'll confirm these results first, though. Marius De Meyer 155.00. Samuel Billow there in second, 155.59, and Fantini in third, 156.33. One of the few men with a personal best. The conditions not bad at all. Water men's hammer competition. Katzberg, the Olympic champion, well, the world champion, still leads the way from Budapest last year. Will he be the Olympic champion? Maybe I'm just saying that a little bit prematurely, but the Olympic champion is here, Pavel Fidek. And his counterpart, Nowitzki. Those two sharing the world and Olympic titles in the hammer over the last few years. They are pure domination, but there's the Portuguese, Decio Andrade. And he's one of the few men who can't quite break that 70-meter mark at the moment. But Fidek's interesting. He's had 3 throws so far, and he's chosen not even to make one count. So he's not very happy. And, well, he got beat by Saucinon, a surprise defeat last night in Nancy as well. So a few of these men making that journey over. It's a busy weekend for them, and hammer throws are quite something special. The way they are able to bounce from competition to competition. They obviously they go a long period in the winter where they don't compete at all, and then come that springtime, as soon as that European Throws Cup comes around in sort of March, that's it for them. It's competition after competition, and actually comes thick and fast, and they'll go right through to sort of September, October until they completely burn out. And it's a very, very interesting event in a sense that, you know, I think you can throw some really big numbers in training. You've just got to get those marks on the board at a competition as well. They'll often have training PBs versus competition PBs because, you know, obviously one of the main things to practice and practice your spin is to just go and do a full throw and get that technical feedback as well. So not too bad from Jean-Baptiste Brussels there. 69.15, his best mark, 68.22. He's been pretty consistent around there. He'll have one more throw to go. In fact, that is it. That concludes his competition. Hence why he just looks a little bit laboured, a little bit frustrated coming out the circle, doesn't he? Well, the men's 800-meter C final then. The numbers have just been terrific throughout in this 800. The A final was absolutely stacked. The B final no different. We've got it again in the C final. So lots of men sharing lanes throughout. Hugo Capagno on the outside, the Frenchman, 159.72, his lifetime best. We wait to just familiarise ourselves with a few more in this field, and in fact this is the smallest field. Expect to see them hopefully get inside 2 minutes. at this race. And Capagno, whether these guys would have pacemaker or not, I'm not sure. But Conan there, Lewis Conan, 1:59.05, his personal best there in the blue. And alongside him, Meyer, 1:58.54. Timothy Meyer still hasn't broken 2 minutes yet. That's the next barrier for a lot of these gentlemen. The same with Nicholas Zeller there in the all blue and the cap. He's a 2:02 performer. And in fact, this is his debut in the event. So, well, 2 laps. Doesn't seem like a lot, but that's pretty much full throttle. Oh boy, it can hurt. Nasa Marad as well, also looking to break that 2-minute barrier. And on the inside, then Lewis Foltz, same club as Capiano on the outside, the Lombardo Athletic Club. So they're all smiles at this stage. Who's going to take it? Just 8 men to compete in this C final. If you are just joining us, welcome. The women's 800 A final will be up next. And if you want to go back and watch the men's, feel free to scroll back on the European Athletics YouTube feed. So where we go then, on the outside, Hugo Capiano. He is one of the few men in this field who has broken 2 minutes before, but the fastest in the field is Meo Meyer in 5. Looking very good. He was alongside Conan, and so he's in the black. Is Meyer, the all black, the man to watch. But going out very, very hard. Well, Lewis Foltz looking very, very strong at the moment, isn't he? And you wonder, will there be a pacer in this? We don't quite know yet. But the 2 men from the Donbasso Athletic Club, almost opposite ends of the field at this stage. And they've got very, very similar personal bests as well. So it shows you different styles of running in the 800 meters and how it can differ. But Capiano just fading back on that, just feeling a bit sluggish. This is where the big headwind is, by the way. And they're moving just as quick as that B final. 55.54, and he pulls off straight away, doesn't he? Lewis Foltz, he's out of it straight away. And he hands over to the 2 men from, that's Nicholas Zeller as well. Ray Etienne in here. Like I said, he hasn't got a PB to his name, Etienne. But he's looking smooth over on the back straight at this stage. Working hard, he's just on the edge of it, and this really, at this stage in the race, for me, this is where you got to go if you're Etienne Ray, because this is where the wind is. It's on your back at this point in the race, and you don't want to be making moves into that nasty headwind. But well, Meo Meyer now looking to come round. These men are really fading at this stage. This is where the headwind was. They're going to pay the price for that early lap. It was brutal. 55 when you're a sort of 2-minute runner is almost suicide. But well, Meyer now takes the lead, and he's showing his class and showing his strength, and he pulls it on down the home straight. A 1:58.54 lifetime best. Can he get close to it? He set himself up for it, and he will. He'll smash it. Obliterates it. 1:56.90 in blustery conditions here in Forbach, and he just timed it to perfection. Boy, well, and to be fair to Etienne Ray, he came through as well for second, I believe, and that was a strong showing from him in his debut in the event. But I thought that first lap was just going to be a little bit too much for a few of these guys. But they know what they're doing. They knew how they're shaping up this season, and they got on the pacemaker's tail, didn't they? And they had to, because the home straight was where the wind was. This is where it was tough. But if you just look there where Meyer is, and he sits there in 4th in a lovely position, and just look at the distance he managed to put on him and Ray. He winds up in 3rd, actually. Whoa, 10-15 meters on him. Oh. Great racing from those gentlemen, and I'm sure a few of these women in this 800A race would have loved to be in that as well, because they'll be operating around a similar tempo. Chaussinan in the circle. What a fantastic weekend he is having, defeating both the world and Olympic champion yesterday in Nancy, and now he's here. Can he defeat the current world champion, Katzberg? 79.31. That won't do it. And claps out, perhaps just a little bit fatigued at this stage in the weekend. It has been a busy little period for him. We're just waiting to see what that official mark will be. He was the last to throw, so that will wrap up the men's hammer competition. And Katzberg won that one with his second round throw of about 80 meters. So it's there he is at 79.31, 80 meters in 12 from Katzberg. As he just takes it a circle for one final time, knowing the result. That one soars out, so it's another consistent 75-plus throw. And he'll look to kind of base himself in Europe over the next few weeks before heading home to Canada to potentially compete at his national championships. But as a defending world champion, you'd like to think we're definitely going to see him in Paris, bar any upset or injury. So just falling behind a little bit here in as we wrap up that men's hammer throw there and just confirm those results for you. Ethan Katzberg, the current world champion from Budapest last year, 80 meters and 12 centimeters. The only man to just go over that mark, that barrier, if you like. Shosinand has got his eye on it. He's consistently throwing 79 meters. I think, again, it's a matter of when, not if, for him. But as we turn our attention to this women's 800 final, and like I said, this was due to go off about 15 minutes ago. So we are a little bit behind. More than that, about 20 minutes ago. A little bit behind. And we've got some world-class talent here, though. None other than, well, Almanza. Rose Almanza. Well, she's 1:56.28, her lifetime best, the Cuban champion. That was from a little while ago now. 8th in the 4x4 for Cuba in Tokyo. She's got terrific 400 meter speed, has Almanza, and I think she will be looking to get right on the pacemaker's tail. But there's Alex Bell for you. Also another very talented athlete, 7th at the Tokyo Olympic Games, 6th at the European Championships that year also. And comes into this in quite fine form. She won at the in a meet in Belfast, Dublin, apologies, a few weeks ago as well. Just she just likes to build throughout her season as well. Cooper on the outside there. Casper Cooper, second at those Cuban Championships, 2:02 from 1:59 in just 12 months. So she's lowered her PB by 3 seconds. Which is very, very interesting, and to see if she can lower that any more this season. 1:59.20. And Bhagwan, she's in this thing as well. Mattila of Finland, 2:01. She's a little way off that this season. She's not having the best season, to be honest, the Finn athlete, but sometimes you just get a little bit unlucky with the conditions out there as well. Rosamila is someone, silver medalist at those World Under-20 Championships, the Swiss athlete, so keep an eye on her. Boridon as well of France. Shadow goes in this. So these are both athletes that are looking to get as close to 2 minutes as possible. They're in a race which is going to go that fast, I can assure you of that. And well, Maya and Tabati, then they go right on the inside, the pair, 2:12 and 2:08. So at least they can keep each other company, because we've got world-class talent in this on the outside. And this is what it's about, to be honest with you. The sport, young athletes getting to experience some of the very best and actually going up against them. So Noor Grosjean in the blue. She'll be the pacer as she gets out hard. Alex Bell files in behind her, and I did say Almanza, Rosemary Almanza, will get out very, very hard. The Cuban, she's often known to run 400 meters in a time and beyond that 4x4 squad as well. So the two Cubans, in fact, Almanza and Cooper, you can see them there together in the pink and the blue. Alex Bell files suit, and you know what? This isn't bad for these athletes. Sometimes there can be too much traffic in 800s to really run fast, to really get after it, and that's a swift opening first 200. And I wonder who has set this pace, set this tempo. That Olympic qualifying time, 1:59.20 is it, or 1:59.30 I think officially, somewhere around there, that these women will target. Although someone like Bell, she is more than capable of it. She's been down and around there pretty much every year for the past 5-6 years now. And 7th in Tokyo. She'll be looking to make that Olympic final again in 2024. So 57-1. That's bang on. That's perfect for these women. Now they're going to have a nice tailwind as they're over on the back straight. Bell just getting a little bit chopped there. And that's Manza just wanting to swing wide. And I think she will wait till the straight to overtake her compatriot Cooper, who leads at the moment. But she is someone. She's no slouch. Second at those Cuban championships. Personal best at 159 as well. Learning the event. But look at Almanza now, pushing on. And Bell needs to decide whether to go with this or just bide her time and be patient and wait till the home straight. Cooper trying to hang in there. That's still a meter or so, so it's not bad. It's attackable. Bell sits in third. Almanza streaking away. And this is where it's going to be interesting. This is where she's going to come into a nasty little headwind on this home straight at this stage in the race. But she's just swinging. And anyone could cope with lactic. It's a 400-meter runner. Watch the clock, ladies and gentlemen. Can we get a time inside 1:59.30? Perhaps even quicker. She's already run there or thereabouts this year. Just inside to it. It's going to be 1:58.90. And it's going to be very, very close to see what Bell got as well. Almanza takes it comfortably in the end. And for me, she just paid a little bit closer attention, didn't she? And she backed herself when she made that move at 250. She backed herself to just hold it and maintain. And it's always going to be hard into a headwind on the home straight for someone to catch you and close up in that situation. Well, she's very, very pleased with herself, and so she should be the Cuban champion. There is her compatriot as well. Did a lot of the early running. Be rewarded with a decent enough time as well, will Cooper. Get those results to you. And this was it here, wasn't it? The 250 mark that she just made the move. And 1:58.89. I can say that's a national record from Almanza. That is just fantastic. Alex Bell 1:59.55. So building nicely throughout her season, and she always does it. Just starts a little bit slower and just starting to eke her way down to not only that Olympic qualifying time, but just into the form that she's going to need to be in come those British Championships at the end of June. And of course Paris as well, should she qualify. Cooper sneaks inside 2 minutes as well, 1:59.93. And the former world under 20 silver medalist Valentina Rosamila from Switzerland in fourth there. Too flat for her, 72.72 seconds. And the rest of the field kind of filing in as well. Well, Wittmann then in the triple jump. Let's see what she can do. Well, Wittmann then, that will be shy of 14 meters by the looks, so just having a little bit of a flat time at the moment out there, I think. Well, the women's 800 meter B final next on the track, as you can see. And this really is a stacked race. We've got a lot of athletes in here. Another 12 athletes to charge round for 2 laps of the track. Looking at favourite Leah Kimmel. She goes in sharing lane 4 with 3 of them. How often do you see that? 3 athletes in the lane in an 800? But you're going to see it here today in Forbach, and it's just great experience for these women. Ramirez there, and Panu in the blue. So Ramirez at 2:14, right out of very best, 2:19 season best, and Pinu 2:15, her lifetime best. So there we are then, sharing the lane, all bunched in together. You've got Ernest there, Kimmel in the pink shorts on the right hand side. She's the fastest in the field, choice flat her lifetime best, 2:14 season's best though. And the 800 season just kind of getting started. Then you've got another load of athletes sharing a lane as well, all piling in there. Hibachi, Barrio, and Bailey to look out for. They're all wearing the Nazi athletic colours. And Clement Saint-Ouen and Seneborg, Porte in here as well, and Isidore as well. And then right on the inside, the three athletes, Lucy Quinn, Lee Peru, Petty, and as well go in this. So another athlete where there's Nazi colours. They had a great meeting last night in the white and black there here in France, and like I said, French athletics really is on the rise, and rightly so, with the Olympic Games just around the corner. So away they go, and this is going to be very, very interesting. I think a few women struggling to stay in their lane at this stage, aren't they? And sometimes you've just got to kind of let the quicker person who's faster out the gates go ahead and just file in behind them. It's going to be interesting to see how they break over on the far side. An absolute packed field of about 14, 15 athletes I count in this one. And I believe on the outside that is Charles Nissi just doing a bit of a pacing duties through this first 200 meters or so. And that's what you want to see, a lovely single file train from these ladies. And just all fighting. It's quick, it's plenty quick enough for them to run fast. A lot of personal bests around about that 2:14, 2:15 mark tempo. And all the while, we'll keep you in check with that long jump competition as well. Oh, just under. Well, it's way over 14 meters. And that is just massive. Oh, Guilherme will be very pleased with that. She's going to look and she's going to hope that's 14.88. We'll wait and see if that's he gets the red flag or not. But we'll tune back in with that in just a moment. Back over to this women's 800 then on the far side. It's all changed and we're looking in the pink shorts. That's the fastest in the field, Leah Kimmel. And can she close up on that gap? Because the two out front are just streaking away at this stage. This is where the wind is in their favour as well. They're going to have a nice tailwind on the back straight, these women. Keep an eye on that 600 metre split. Anything around about 136 is big personal best territory. And Pinal is just moving very, very well at this stage. And was it Nissi of Charles Nissi of the Nancy Athletic Club as well. But oh, here we go then. Class is coming, and Leah Kimmel is moving very well. Lifetime best to 2.7, 2.14 season's best. Can she threaten that as well? It's going to be these three are going to battle it. Pinal and Nissi over the last 100, but Kimmel is streaking away. Nissi gives chase in that final 20 or 30 meters or so, but how close to that season's best of 2.14 can she get? She's going to obliterate it inside. Oh, 2.14.75. Inside 2.15 though. And boy, those women just doing it the hard way as well. That was probably a more even run race there from Kimmel, to be fair to you. So she won't mind that. But, well, exhaustion. That's what an 800 race will do.
Chacune de ses concurrentes.
Well, you can just see the difference, the contrast. I mean, how it all changes over the space of 400. You know, they always say it's not over till it's over, and that is proof there in the pudding. You wouldn't have put someone like Kimmel to come through that much in the final 200 meters, but boy, did she do that. Perfectly executed race from her, and perhaps the one with the most experience to do so as well. Well, a lot of events coming to their climax. That concludes the 800 races. 2:14.73 season's best for her. Charlize Nissi and Pinal in second and third, and Quirин in fourth there. 2:18.44 her season's best as well. So strong showing from all those women to crack that 2:20 mark as well. So Leon, what are you on? Mauritius just going in this in the non-CFA Cup as well, just shy of, well, quite a long way shy of 14 meters. Really a bit of a disappointing event for her here, because yeah, to have 13-20 on the board and 4 fouls, never too encouraging. But I can update you, it was a massive lifetime best from Illinois Kralame in the triple jump, 14.72, and that was a PB, and it's just agonizingly close to that 14.88, which is 14.55, sorry, which was needed to qualify for the Olympic Games. So she has surpassed that mark, in fact. So that is very, very good. She got her campaign off to a great start as well with 14.28, but to go 14.72 and clear 14.55, she's pretty much booked her ticket for the Olympic Games. So she will be delighted. Dorthile then, 13.21 in round 1. Hasn't managed to get near it. It's been tough for these triple jumpers. Blustery conditions down there. Always chopping, always changing. That's all part of it. That's where the professional, the experience, the expertise come in. Smooth on the runway as well. And just didn't have it. Ooh, looks a little bit injured, actually. So she's not happy about that ankle at all. Dorthile. Oh, and that's tough to see. Plus 2.6 meters per second. Yeah, just on the landing and the impact they put through their body. It's almost sort of like 4 or 5 times their body weight when they are in the jump and skip phase. So I hope that's nothing serious at all. This is Nielsen in of Denmark. National record holder there, multiple Danish champion. She really is. 13.60. She'd like to improve on that mark. She's had a busy few days as well. That's a foul, isn't it? And yeah, I think she knew it straight away that it's a foul, but she still went through the phases anyway, and just looks a little bit discouraged, a little bit disappointed, and that's understandable. But the star of the show for me, Kralame. Oh boy, 14.72. She still has a jump to go. We're looking forward to it, to seeing what she can do. Charisma Taylor as well. Well, she's due to go in the hurdles, so whether she'll sneak out her 6th jump now or after the hurdles, we will find out.
Yeah, I competed. It was really exciting. And the competitors were...
Well then, Wittmann, 13.62. Can she get amongst that top 3? It's well within her. Wittmann, German athlete with a 14.08 personal best. She just needs to be good on the board. She is that. Oh, okay. I'm not sure that will be enough. 13.73 for Charisma. And Charisma, of course, has got a little bit of time to respond.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's just from now until Paris, I'll be preparing.
Well, there is Charisma Taylor, and I think they're waiting for her over the hurdles. She's going to have a very quick turnaround, and the men will run first, I believe, with the 110-meter hurdles. So she will look to see her jump out and prepare it, but you change her spikes as well. She is a true athlete. She can do it all. She was 6th at the World Indoor Championships in the hurdles, in the 60-meter hurdles, but also in the triple jump as well. And there's not many athletes who can have that sort of turnaround. I know the timetable certainly would have been a bit kinder than it is today, but come on then, she is a meteoric jumper at her very best, the 14.88 jumper at her best, 14.11 season's best for her as well. Even 14.72 is a mark she won't be scared of. She'll know she can produce, but she needs to be firing, and perhaps she's just a little bit too fatigued this afternoon to really challenge that. So away she goes down the runway. It's good on the board. Oh, okay. Well, might improve on a 13.73. It's not going to challenge for the lead, that's for sure. But Christina Michaela in 2nd place with that 13.99. She's not too far off it with that jump. I believe we have got an improvement of just a few centimeters, mine. 1385 with an illegal wind reading as well. So not the best series for Taylor. She'll look to go and win the hurdles now to make up for it. But she has been the star of the show. Guilherme, the Olympic standard has been boxed off. That's what she would have come here for. However, I will have to, we will have to just question it, won't we? And it will be, because 1428 was a legal win and 6.4 meters per second for that 1472, but it was still a fantastic jump. So she's good on the board there. Oh, that was massive, and she likes that one. She'll check the wind reading. We'll have to see what it comes in at. She'll hold her breath, but that was big. She knows she's capable of that 1455. She would know from training as well. Oh, Guilherme. Right. We wait anxiously to see what that final round jump comes in at. The competition was hers. That is very close to the 15-meter mark. Oh, 1457. But a plus 2.2 meter win. So that is so unfortunate because that is technically over that Olympic standard. However, with an illegal wind, she'll get the win here. She'll get some very good ranking points, especially with those distances as well. So there you are. Guilherme wins the triple jump competition, 1472. Christina Michaela, 1399. And Charisma Taylor in third place there as well, in 1385. So everything bar just a couple track events are left to run. 110-meter hurdles for the men, of course, and 100-meter hurdles for the women left to go here in the international meeting here in Forbach, France. And the crowd pile into the grandstand to see these men take to the track. And well, the big story, I guess, in this race is no Willem Belossien, the meet record holder from 1 year ago with 13:23. He is not here. He ran the heats and he just couldn't get to terms with it. Whether he's carrying a little bit of a niggle, whether he's ill, we don't know. We've got no explanation for his performance in the heats, but he will not line up for this final. But a man who will, Erwan Sinner, and he too has had a very, very busy weekend. He goes in 13:47, lifetime best. And Sin is someone who's just 20 years of age, European under-23 medalist last year. He got bronze there. He was 6th in Nancy last night against a pretty world-class field, to be honest with you. And season's best of 13:68. So can he challenge that? They're into a nasty headwind, these hurdlers, but sometimes they don't mind it. It allows them to, they're not going too fast into the hurdles. Their stride can be a little bit smoother. They can get down on the ground a little bit quicker as well. So here we go then. Erwan Sinner being introduced to the crowd. He is the hot property in French athletics right now. How he will develop will be very, very interesting. Laradouce then. Jeremiah Laradouce of Mauritius. Second at those African Games in 2022. Made the heats. Oh, I suppose got knocked out in the heats at the World Indoor Championships in Glasgow. Well, Mathieu Nago. PB this year, you can't ask for more than that in an Olympic year. Szymanski, Jakub Szymanski of Poland as well, 13:45. He'll be alongside his teammate Szeskia, 13:27. Season's best, lifetime best of 13:25. He looked very smooth in the heats as well, didn't he? He is a world-class talent, 31 years of age now, 4th those European Championships in 2018, but he's been around the block and he's been in some of the fastest races in the world at Tokyo and Budapest semi-finals. And on the outside, Ronan Greff goes in lane 6. So 6 men, 10 flights of barriers and 110 meters to do it over and around about 13 seconds in change of running. They've got a nasty little headwind to contest. And from outside in, Gref, Siskia, Szymanski, Nego, Lareduce, and Sinner. So you await the starter's orders. The Sun trying to break through here. Can any of these men have a little bit of a breakthrough? Will we see a personal best, season's best? And who will be champion? Sinner on the inside, then the Frenchman alongside Matteo Nego in the green in 3. And look at this then, Szymanski and Siskia, the two poles going head to head at the moment. It is Szymanski in 4, who looks to have the beating of his compatriot there, but coming with a late run in. It's all about a dip on the line. As Siskia has negotiated heats at a major championships. Experienced races like that, and boy did experience pay here today. Siskia, that last 10 meters, it wasn't even over the last barrier, it wasn't even over the 10th, was it? It was from there to the finish line. He came into his own, and his flat speed was raw. 13.72, dips Szymanski on the line, 13.77, and to go in third, 13.84 for the Frenchman. And Nego had a fantastic late run, I must admit. He got left in the blocks really over that first flight or two. And then just worked his way back up on Gref and Sinner. Well, where was he? The talented youngster. We'll have to get a replay to really see what happened. So away they went. So Sinner just slow, wasn't he, out the blocks in Nego? It helped that I think Szymanski was just pulling him forward. And unfortunately, Lareduce, he pulls up. But watch this then. From that last barrier. Oh, wow. Siskia, just Damian Siskia, fantastic over that last sort of 10-15 meters. The flat speed he had, massive encouragement. Well, one final race then is you have, look at the headwind as well, 3 meters a second for those men. I was going to say as we just wrap up that men's 110 meter hurdles final. And 72, there you go, Matteo and Lareduce DNF, but Sinner there down in 5th at 14.34. He'll be a bit disappointed with that, even despite the headwind. It was a start, really. That's made it difficult for him.
Il paraît que c'est les minima olympiques pour les Cubains. Oui, donc elle a fait les minima olympiques, Rosemary Almanza, pour aller donc aux Jeux de Paris. Restez bien avec nous, nous avons encore à récompenser quelques championnes et champions. On va revenir sur les finales des haies de mer, que le prix de leçon féminin. Et puis nous aurons encore encouragé. Merci. On peut le craindre facilement encore les jeunes femmes de la finale du 100 mètres haies. Dernière course, dernière épreuve de cette édition 2024 du meeting de Forbach, édition olympique, comme on disait tout à l'heure avec M. le maire. Édition placée sous le signe de la menace de la pluie, mais on s'en est quand même bien sorti de ce côté-là. Yannick, on va faire passer mon micro parce qu'on a une jeune fille qui est fatiguée un peu. On va la comprendre, on va l'applaudir. Je voudrais applaudir Héloïse Guillaume, vainqueur du cube de son féminin. Alors, Héloïse, on a un petit peu fulminé contre le vent avec les sprinteurs. On était content d'avoir dans le dos. Cette sensation aujourd'hui qu'avant à plus de 6 mètres, il ne nous fera pas oublier ce fameux dernier saut à 14,55 mètres. Loin de la planche, il y avait un record de France.
Oui, il était là. Je suis super satisfaite. Dommage pour le vent. J'ai appris beaucoup durant ce concours et j'ai hâte des prochains concours, justement.
Alors, on voit que tu fais une belle série de sauts. Ça veut dire que tu es en forme et ça veut dire que tu as déjà des objectifs avec le coach en direction soit de Rome ou un peu plus loin à la maison à Paris. Les deux. La concurrence va être sévère. Il faudra sans doute faire 15 mètres. 15 mètres, tu les as dans les jambes en ce moment.
Oui, oui.
Tu n'oses pas le dire.
On va préparer ça avec le coach et avant aux JO.
Eh bien, on te donne rendez-vous au JO. On va te donner rendez-vous au podium d'ici là. Et le Miss Guillaume, vainqueur du...
Well, welcome back everybody. If you are just joining us, one final race of the day, so be sure to go back and look at all the interesting draws and matchups that we have witnessed here today at the Forbach International Meeting World Athletic Continental Tour. It's a bronze label, and that final race of the day will be the women's 100-meter hurdle final. The women's triple jump has just concluded, where we saw Charisma Taylor battle for third place there. She'll line up in this final. She was 6th at the World Indoor Championships in 2024 earlier this year over the 60 hurdles, so she's a very, very good starter. And to give you a little bit of context on the weather conditions down there trackside as well, it is awfully blustery. These hurdlers will be into a pretty nasty headwind. It hasn't been too kind for the sprinters today, to be honest with you. 400 runners, though, we saw some good times come from them. They didn't mind it at all. But, yeah, it has been difficult to really attack those meet records. And you look at this one, Adriana Lamale of Italy, when she ran 12:76. And that is an equal lifetime best and season's best for Charisma Taylor. And she could well have attacked that had conditions be a little bit kinder here. So, let's familiarise ourselves with this field. I've mentioned Taylor, the Bohemian, but we've also got Claudia Sikades of Poland in here as well. She's a former under-20 record holder, believe it or not. Obviously, the hurdles, they're slightly lower, and she ran 8 meters, and that was over the 60-meter hurdles. I apologise, not the 100-meter hurdles. So, but she is a phenomenal talent, and she was 6th in Nancy last night, the pole. Ricardo Lobe goes in this as well. She's another sub-13 second 100-meter hurdler. But here we go then. From lane 1 to 6. Leah Vendume, 13:08, her lifetime best. 13:30, her season's best as well. She did well to qualify for this. She did look good in the rounds, didn't she? So, a nice aggressive start, and she just needs to stay relaxed and keep it smooth over those middle flights of hurdles in order to just be in contention when it matters, because you never know what's going to happen. We saw in that men's race the change over the last few flights is all the difference. It really is. So Leah Vendume then, France, she goes in 1. Claudia Sikades is going to go into 12:82, her lifetime best. 13:19, her season's best though. Nepal, like I said, former world under-20 record holder over the 60-meter hurdles. She's having a modest start to her season so far. She'd want more from herself, especially nearing that European Championships. Can she peak at the right time? Ricardo Lobe, then the German, goes in 3. Nipped inside 13 flat as well. Charisma Taylor then, well, she's been everywhere today. She's been doing the triple jump. She's been doing the 100 hurdle heats earlier on today. So she has a full afternoon. She's been down on that track for the last 3 hours or so, as long as you've been here watching. Laura Valette of France on the outside of her, 3rd at those European Junior Championships a little while ago. Disqualified in Nancy last night. Sasha Alessandrini on the outside. She's had a very, very busy period of races and still yet to crack that 13-second barrier. Can she do it here today? 4th at those World Under-20 Champs in 2018. So 6 years ago now. Developing into a fine senior athlete. 3rd in Montserrat last weekend as well. Women's 100-meter hurdles final as they take to their marks. Alessandrini, Valette, Taylor, Lobe, Sikades, and Vendume right on the inside. 3 French women beat a Pole, a German, and a Bohemian. So away they're going, and watch out for Charisma. She's the class in this field, really. She's over these first few flights of hurdles. She looks in prime position at the moment, the head of the field. Her triple jump competition didn't go all that well, but the hurdles is quite the contrast. She dominates here. 13:06 into a headwind, I've got no doubt about that. And that makes up for a third place in the triple jump. She's moving well. Is Charisma Taylor, 13.04 officially. There you have it. And in second, whoa, Valette, how about that in 5? Great run from her. 13.35, and Alessandrini takes third, 13.51, so causing a little bit of an upset for them too. Lobe settles for 4th, and well, Sicales and Vendôme will be in 5th and 6th. Vendôme apologise there, and Sicales in 6th place as well. So let's have a quick rerun of this. Charisma Taylor, just from that first flight, you knew she was confident. Look, nowhere near clipping, is she just skimming over them all, really quick to get down on the ground. This is where the headwind may help a little bit. Obviously not with the flat speed, but the ability to get down on that ground a little bit quicker. You're not being carried through the air, pushed through the air by the wind, but she just looked confident, doesn't she? Well, and if there is one thing, she was going to be warmed up in time, that's for sure, because she'd been down, triple jumping, plenty of strides, plenty of turnover work, I guess, on that runway throughout the afternoon, where she got 3rd. So 2 podium performances from her, and look at that headwind, 3.6 meters per second. But it's been a fantastic meeting, some fantastic matchups, but what it hasn't delivered is the weather, and that's very, very unusual for France indeed. That's why we see so many competitions come to this part of the world. Well, that concludes the meeting here in Forbach, and we can only look ahead to what is to come, the European Championships in a few weeks' time in Rome, and of course, that's a small event in Paris to come the start of August as well. So until next time, I look forward to seeing you. I've been Matt Seddon on commentary all afternoon. Take care. Saïd, adjoint au maire de la ville de Forbach. À la 3e place, dans un temps de 13,84, Matteo Ngo. 2e, vient de Pologne, en 13,77, Jakub Simonski. Et à la première place, il détient actuellement une des meilleures performances mondiales en 13,27. Il a réalisé aujourd'hui 13,72, vient de Pologne, Damian Sitier.
Alors, il reste encore un podium, celui des haies, les jeunes femmes qui en ont juste terminé avec Charisma Taylor.